Now can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, and can you see the chart on the screen that I have?
Yes.
Okay. Well, quick overview of campaign finance reform in Oregon. As this chart indicates, we have sort of the opposite of reform in Oregon. This is the spending by Oregon governor candidates since 1998. And you can see that the trend is tremendously upward. In this past election, the governor's candidate spent over $81 million. This is quite the trajectory. It's a little bit steeper than it is for Oregon legislative candidates, who in 1996 spent about $3 million on their campaigns, and who in 2022 spent about $43 million on their campaigns. In particular, in this last session, this last election, the campaigns for the Oregon Senate set records by a factor of 2. Some candidates spent over $2.8 million on their own campaigns, and several candidates spent over $2 million. If you look at basically the contested races and look at the top 10 spending candidates in both the House and the Senate in Oregon last year, the average of the top 10 candidates spent over $1.5 million on their campaigns, which is about a 50% increase, more than a 50% increase from their previous amount. And in the Oregon House, are now approaching $1 million spent on average. Oregon now has just about the most expensive legislative races per capita in the United States. And it's, of course, because we don't have limits on campaign contributions. And my phone's ringing. I don't know how to stop it. The one person alone, of course, Phil Knight, contributed $5.25 million to the governor races. And let's see if I can. And another $2 million to a PAC which itself spent $5 million in legislative races. And I think the key is that the deeper pockets are always on the conservative side. That if there are no limits, the amount that the conservative interests will spend will continually increase more and more. There are a lot of potential Phil Knights out there. He's not spending anything close to 1/100th of 1% of his wealth on this. So there are a lot of potential Phil Knights, and the situation is only going to get worse. Folks seem to assume that Oregon is a bastion of liberality, which it is not. In fact, in the last election, only 3,000 votes in total separated the Oregon House from a tie between the Republicans and Democrats. The Democrats happened to win 5 very close races in the House by a grand total of 3,000 votes overall out of the 2 million cast. And there was a separation of only 4,200 votes separating the Oregon House from a Republican majority. But basically the same thing is true in the Senate. Only 3,000 votes separated the Oregon Senate from a tie. So campaign finance is extremely important. There are 2 ways for us to get campaign finance reform. One way is through the legislature, although the legislature in its history has never adopted limits on campaign contributions. They've repealed them twice because Oregon voters have adopted them several times, the first time in 1908. The bills that have been introduced in the legislature and are considered serious, that is the bills introduced by Democratic leadership, are all fairly characterized as ineffective and being more loophole than limit. The leading bill, I guess you would say, the vehicle, House Bill 2003, introduced by Speaker Rayfield, has a lot of problems with it. It's basically the same bill he introduced in 2021 that generated the opposition of all good government groups, including Honest Elections Oregon, the Green Party, Progressive Party, Independent Party, Common Cause, League of Women Voters, and all the good OSPRG, all the good government groups opposed it because it had so many loopholes in it. And If you want to see what the loopholes are, I have put in the chat a link called Ballot Measures, which is a link to a Google folder that has documents that show you what the loopholes are. And if you want more information, of course, you can join our Google group and come to the Honest Elections Oregon meetings that occur every Tuesday afternoon at 5 o'clock on Zoom. The other way, so I hold out no hope that the Oregon legislature will pass anything. They've also got some poor bills out there for phony disclosure, phony disclaimers. Again, more loopholes than required disclosures. The other way to go is with ballot measures. We this week should have our absolute final ballot title for Initiative Petition 9, which is our statutory measure to adopt good limits and effective disclosure and disclaimer requirements. That's been held up for several months in the ballot title process. Of course, our Oregon filed a ballot title challenge. Briefing was done in November, and the Supreme Court sat on it for 3 months before finally issuing a decision, which then required the Attorney General to modify the Attorney General's ballot title. And there's still one more step, and that step should be concluded by this Thursday. So if you want to get involved, I provided the various links in the chat. This here is the link to Honest Elections Oregon, our website. And so I think that what the Green Party should do, of course, is endorse Initiative Petition 9, our statute, also endorse Initiative Petition 8, which is our constitutional amendment, to protect campaign finance reform measures adopted by initiative from being repealed by the legislature. It would not allow the legislature to repeal campaign finance reform initiative measures except with a 3/4 vote of both houses. And we will be filing even bigger initiatives in the next week or so that combine contribution limits, disclosure requirements, disclaimer requirements, and public funding of elections. One version will be a democracy voucher system where the state would distribute vouchers for people to then give to candidates to cash in, similar to the Seattle system and the new Oakland system. And the other bill would instead propose a public matching system somewhat similar to that is used in the city of Portland, but it would be used statewide for basically all campaigns. The end. And I hope I wasn't muted the whole time.
You weren't.
All right.
Thank you, Dan.
And I will unshare the screen there.
Then can you give us an idea of where we were at in terms of petition, the signature gathering and that poll process?
Sure. Well, we can't gather signatures on IP9 yet because the Supreme Court required a couple of changes in the Attorney General's certified ballot title. And the Attorney General then submitted the modified ballot title 2 days ago, and everybody now has until this Thursday to object to it. And the Supreme Court decides whether to accept the objections. The Supreme Court has never accepted objections to a modified ballot title that I know of. So we should have a final ballot title probably by a week from Monday, and then we can start collecting signatures on that. On the constitutional amendment, we are starting the process of just getting the sponsorship. No, we've got the sponsorship signatures done. We're in the ballot. And we have a ballot title on that. We can collect signatures on the constitutional amendment, but we're waiting until we also have the statute ready to go so that we can basically have those two measures, collect signatures on the same clipboard. As far as the measures with public funding, we've been working on refining the public funding language with the Campaign Legal Center in Washington, D.C., which are experts in this field, along with our local experts. And so that's considerably far behind in the process. Of course, our Oregon will challenge the ballot title of that once we get it. So we won't be able to collect signatures on that until this summer at the earliest.
Is there any other brief questions? Chuck, you have a hand? Please unmute. Did you have a question for Dan? You can't unmute. Somebody unmute Chuck, please.
He can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Could do
Can
it.
someone make a motion to endorse all honest election stuff? I mean, basically, this has been on our agenda, our platform for the last 25 years. And every time it comes up, I think it's a slam dunk. I would seek consensus on endorsing what Dan just asked us to endorse. Unless anybody has an objection or a block on this kind of stuff. Should be done quickly and dispensed with right away. Chuck out. So I'm asking for the consensus and formally make a motion that we adopt we endorse, and we endorse by consensus unless someone blocks. Chuck out.
Go ahead and make a note of that, Devin. All those in support of honest elections, right, Dan? Please either signify by putting a hand in your Zoom video or typing something in chat. Any blocks to this? Please speak up. Any stand-asides to this? Please let us know so Devin can note that and we can talk about it.
Lori, did you ask people to raise their hands?
Yes, I did.
Would it be simpler to just everybody lower the hands and raise their hands if they have an objection or stand aside?
That might be. Could everybody lower your hands? Mike, you too. Now, are there any blocks to this action of support? Devin, do you have a block or do you just have a, okay. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. Does anybody else see anything? Any stand aside? Devin, do you have a block?
Yes, I have a block.
And that would be?
I think it's important to not just like endorse all of these generally, because we should look at these carefully all the time, every time something comes up, rather than just assuming that it's something we always want to support.
I believe that Chuck made it clear we've been looking at these proposals for a while. Is that not true, Natalie?
Yes, Devin. I actually report very regularly on state coordinating committee and internal meetings, and we've talked about it for the past several conventions about what's going on, what are the provisions. I participate at the meetings every Tuesday, and if anybody has any information, they can just ask me. We have tables about the funding, where it comes from, where it goes, which limits what. So these are not just fresh things that have not been looked at before.
Does that satisfy your block, Devin? Good. Suzia, did you have a block or were you going to comment?
I just wanted to say to Devin that he's spot on. You know, you don't want to just pass something willy-nilly. You want to carefully investigate it. But I believe, like the other people who have spoken before me, that we have fairly thoroughly investigated this issue and been in favor of it for many, many, many years. That's it.
Thank you, Suzia and Natalie. Are there any stand asides to this item? I'm going to assume, yeah. All right, the item passes via consensus. Would you please note that, Devin? Thank you very much. Do we have other guests, Natalie, on these, on the rest of these items here?
Yeah, Lanier wanted to speak about an initiative.
Is she present? Can she unmute?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
And are you able to see this screen?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the Oregon Election Reform Act. I'm working with Dan Meek, the League of Women Voters, Proportional Representation Oregon, a bunch of other democracy reformers on it. And we would also like your, the Green Party's endorsement and help with signature gathering on this. And appreciate your consideration and all your good work. So the Oregon Election Reform Act, it's IP 19, is a comprehensive reform that includes opening the closed partisan primary that disenfranchises 42% of Oregon voters with ranked or rated voting in the general election. I know that's part of your platform. The challenge with just ranked choice voting alone, and we like ranked choice voting, is it doesn't deal with this closed partisan primary that disenfranchises over 1.2 million Oregon voters. That is, those non-affiliated voters are the fastest growing group. They have grown 4 times the rate of the other parties since 2016 when Motor Voter was enacted. We know on the 3-way governor's race, because there was no ranked or rated voting, there was a lot of vote questions about wasted votes. The winner did not get the majority of votes, which, again, having ranked or rated voting would switch that. And then a lot of the second place candidates did not make the ballot despite high vote counts. On campaign finance reform, Betsy Johnson raised $1 million to qualify for the ballot, which is out of reach for just about anybody else. The unequal paths to qualifying for a general election ballot. Basically, the major parties have a guaranteed seat, and meanwhile, this 1.2 million voters, have to, in order to get on the ballot, you're either raising a lot of money. The minor parties, including the Green Party, this is helpful because it opens up 3 more lanes when you go to a final 5. 3 more lanes, and you would have fusion endorsements. So perhaps you could win as Pacific Green, Progressive, and Democrat, or Libertarian. You pick your your fusion candidate. This is how it played out in Alaska, that had a final 4 voting, and Mary Peltola, the first Native American woman elected to the US Congress, ended up basically defeating Sarah Palin, and they had to go to the 3rd choice vote. So nobody won 50% in round 1. They went to the 2nd choice votes. Nobody won more than 50%, and then went to round 3, where Mary Peltola ended up winning. We have gone to final 5 instead of final 4, working with the folks who have passed this in Nevada, Alaska, Maine, and opening up that 5th lane allows for more minor party and fusion candidates, more diverse candidates who can't otherwise make it to the general. Here's an overview of what IP 19 does. It opens those close partisan primaries so that all voters participate fully and equally. It requires all the candidates to compete fairly head-to-head on the same ballot. So currently you have, these segregated primary ballots where there is not fair head-to-head competition. equalizes those filing requirements so that more diverse candidates and minor parties can advance to the general election. Another important thing is it shortens the campaign season. So this moves our primary, it's currently in May. It would move it to early August to align with Washington State's primary. And again, you don't spend your whole year campaigning and raising money. So this is an important feature. Like I said, the top 5 candidates advance to the general election, and those voters can vote for anybody they want. You're not limited to just your party. We left this open so that you can either rank or rate. The voters can either rank or rate preferences. The reason for that is ranked choice voting and star voting are both advancing bills through the Oregon legislature, and it allows them to both make their best case to the legislature. The voting method doesn't have to be decided until the end of the legislative session in 2025. So I know Speaker Rayfield is advancing RCV. I believe Zach Hudson of East County is advancing STAR, and either one would be better than what we have now with wasted votes and winner take all. We spoke about this, the fusion candidates allowing up to 3 endorsements, and those would appear on the ballot to give voters full information. The other benefit is the folks who get elected are accountable to broader coalitions of voters because you have to have more than 50% to win. I can flip to independent redistricting if you'd like. Because there's very similar, but because this is a statutory initiative, we need about 140,000 signatures by July 2024 to qualify. We would love your endorsement, and if you would be willing, if you do endorse, to push this out to your members. We are in the sponsorship signature gathering phase right now, but it would be really helpful if you would push this out to your members. Independent Party of Oregon, League of Women Voters, Progressive Party, all these folks are bringing this to their conventions this spring. And then I can flip right now to independent redistricting just so you can see some of our partners on that, because the goal is to leverage signature gathering with independent redistricting because a lot of the same common partners. Dan, did you want to add anything? Your hand is up.
I have my hand up, actually.
There we go. Yeah, just one thing, 1 second. The Green Party folks and Progressive Party folks and others in 2008 and 2014 led the charge to defeat top 2 open primary measures in Oregon very soundly. This proposal is much different from that. That proposal basically, well, it was top 2 to begin with. This is top 5. The other even more important aspect of it is that with those measures allowed party label hijacking. That is, anyone could just join the Green Party and immediately be on the ballot with the label Green Party. I mean, you could be a Nazi, a QAnon follower, and you could still be on the ballot and say Pacific Green Party next to your name. That was true for all of the parties. Party label hijacking is extremely bad, particularly for minor parties who have to, we have to maintain their philosophies. This measure does not allow any candidate to use any party label on any ballot without the official approval of the party. And this includes both the primary and general election. So, of course, in the primary election now, the minor parties don't play a role. They don't have there's only a Democratic primary and a Republican primary. Under this measure, the minor parties can run candidates in the primary election, and the candidates can have, display the labels of the minor parties that endorse them. But it would require the official endorsement. So no one can just hijack a minor party label. And then the same thing would be true for the general election. And also the measure would allow any party to endorse as many candidates as they want, even multiple candidates in the same race. So this, to me, one purpose of this measure, a very important purpose of this measure, is to peel away the leadership of the organization Oregon Open Primaries, which is out there promoting a measure, IP 16, which is an Oregon proposed constitutional amendment that I think would end. It's very vague, but I think it would end up being top two again. And I'll be out there adamantly opposing IP 16, but we've managed to peel away some of the leadership of that organization into this much more reasonable proposal, I think.
Thank you, Dan. Natalie and Dan, did you have a brief comment or question? Natalie first.
Yeah, so basically there would be there would be like in the primary elections, it would be like there could be like a primary for the Green Party and a primary for the Democratic Party and a primary for the Republican Party, but everybody is allowed to vote in those primaries.
All candidates would run in the same primary. All voters would vote in the same primary, but the primary ballot, each candidate can list on the primary ballot the candidate's endorsements, official endorsements, which would include Green Party endorsements.
So basically, the problem that I see then is like candidates who have the clout of like Labor or the Republican Party or the Democratic Party could pretty much advertise, get the word out about their candidates for the primary. And so when those candidates get voted, but for example, the Green Party candidate does not get voted, then the vote at the general election would be for the vote for the candidates that were voted on in the primary, correct? So basically,
That's right.
if the
That's
Green
right. This,
Party has a very small support base, that candidate would not appear in the general election.
that's right. That is a major drawback of this measure and to a greater degree other open primary measures. Under Oregon law, minor parties have an absolute right to nominate candidates for partisan offices to the general election ballot. This measure would take that away.
Exactly. So it's the problem is that it's because of the historical background, when these open primaries have been implemented in other states, it has basically wiped out the Green Party and eliminated it from the ballot.
Yep. In California, that's true in California and in Washington. Of course, those systems are top two, which restricts the general election to only the top two finishers in the primary. Top five is better than that, but it still has the same fundamental problem.
Dan?
Mhm.
Oh, the other Dan. He has a comment question.
Yes, thank you for unmuting me. Thanks for being here, Dan, and presenting this. I had similar concerns as Natalie, and my question that I was going to ask you, you answered yourself, which was in particular, do the major parties get to run more than one candidate in this primary? And I
Yes.
think it's yes. And so in my opinion, it's pretty much a given that with their resources, they will do that and pretty much ensure that all of the top five turn out to be Democrats and Republicans. So in my opinion, this is going to need some work. And I'd like to add also that the one benefit that we have and the progressives have too of getting that automatic slot in November is that is when people are paying attention. And that's when we can get publicity. And there's not traditionally or historically that many people involved in the primary season as yet, other than Democrats and Republicans. I do have a quick point of order that as a ballot initiative endorsement, this is one of the type of items in the bylaws that can be voted on absentee. I'm not proposing that we do that. It's a bit late for that. But and also it's open to all party members rather than just supporting. We do need to make sure that we identify all supporting members and get that done before my item comes up. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan and Lainey, for presenting today.
Can I share independent redistricting, or are you running short on time here?
We are running short on time. And so is the independent redistricting, is that part of the presentation, Natalie? That was,
I moved to extend the time because this is the whole purpose of having these conventions.
all right. I'm assuming everybody's in agreement of that. Is there anybody that wants to block it? We're going to work through our agenda one way or the other. And you stand aside. All righty. Go ahead, Lainey.
Okay, thank you. I'm just making sure I have the, Dan, are you able to pull up our most current one? I'm on my laptop. I'm sorry. Let me see what I've got here.
Right, what?
Of people, not politicians. I want to make sure I have. This is, let me get the. Here we go. That's not it. Okay. I'm just going to go with what I have. So where we're at on independent redistricting, and again, we would like your, we would appreciate your endorsement as on this good government reform that ensures more accountability. Currently, can you all see this? Are you all able to see this?
You're not sharing yet.
Okay, sorry. It's hard to be working on my laptop.
That's okay.
Dan, are you able to share? Here we go, I got it. Are you able to see that? No.
Yes. Oh, no. Which one are you sharing?
Dan, do you have the one? Here we
There,
go. That's not
there
it.
it is.
That's not it. We have the one, it's a more updated one on the voter dilution. So currently, currently the legislature draws their own districts, which creates a conflict of interest because you have 97.4% incumbent protection gerrymandering over the course of the last 20 years. This is a constitutional amendment. It's IP 14 that would create an independent citizens commission to redraw fair maps that do not divide communities of interest, that do not, that are geographically contiguous. These maps were rated an F by Princeton Gerrymandering Project for competitive, for partisan fairness. They cross across the Cascades 3 times, dividing communities of interest. With a citizens commission, you have fairer maps and more accountability. So this creates a 12-person citizens commission, 4 Democrats, 4 Republicans, 4 non-affiliated voters. They are selected by 3 administrative law judges and 1 from each party and tribal judges to avoid partisanship. And the maps have to be created with public record and public hearings, unlike these maps that were basically drawn up by a lobbyist without public hearing. So there, like I said, we have 90 legislative districts and a lot of folks who do not have accountable representatives. 97.4% incumbent politicians, the Oregon Legislative Assembly seeking re-election were re-elected in the districts they had drawn from them by themselves. This is for a 2024 ballot measure, so the commission would be impaneled. They would redraw the maps. They would be good from in the 2026, 2028, and 2030 elections. And then when we have a new census in 2030, a new citizens commission would redraw maps for that. There's been a lot of media on the gridlock, the polarization, the lack of accountability when you have partisans drawing their own districts. Again, we have more than 42% voters not affiliated with the Democrats, Republicans. They are given a third of the seats on this commission, which is a huge structural reform. These were some of the gerrymandering in the last legislative election. This actually goes to Dan's point about just the amount of money. But some of these districts were swung more than 12 points in the gerrymandering. In the 5th congressional district that flipped red, that crossed the Cascades with 50% new voters. The affiliated tribes of Northwest Indians objected to the legislative maps because it diluted their voting power. So the Klamath tribes, the Umatilla and Warm Springs were all cut in half by these maps, but the maps were passed by the legislature over objections of them and the good government groups. So that's League of Women Voters, Common Cause, OSPRG are all part of this coalition. Representative Marty Wilde, who's a Democrat healthcare attorney in Eugene, was gerrymandered out of his district while he was serving in the National Guard. He raised objections to the lack of integrity with legislators drawing their own districts and was basically punished for it. In Salem, Southern Oregon, Central Oregon, there have been 12-point swings under these maps. And then here is the data on how independent commissions draw fairer maps with more accountable legislators. And in the states that have independent commissions drawing voting districts, that's Arizona, California, Colorado, Michigan, it's a growing list. This is coming from the Washington Post, New York Times, the Brennan Center, and other sources. Here is some of the media on the tribal advocates that objected to the maps. Like I said, the Klamath tribes were split in two between House districts 55 and 56. And it is hard to get a representative that is accountable to their constituents when you have incumbents drawing safe seats from themselves. This is where you can help. We would like your endorsement. We do have the endorsements from, like I said, the League, Common Cause, OSPRG, all these groups, and we are trying to do signature gathering by targeted outreach through their membership lists, if you would be willing to endorse. This was supposed to be on the 2020 ballot when COVID hit, so we do have 70,000 signatures. Those are being databased by volunteers. And you know, we feel like the time right now is ripe for signature gathering coming off this election where a lot of voters don't know their representatives. They were drawn into totally different voting districts. Government leadership was actually the second most important problem behind homelessness, and partisanship is the fourth most important problem behind public safety. So we do have a final ballot title. We can be gathering signatures this month. And if you would endorse and be willing to share with your membership, we would appreciate that. The polling is really is really good. It's just a matter of qualifying for the ballot. This is a very common sense reform that people should pick their politicians, not the other way around. So we would appreciate your help to qualify for the ballot. We need 188,000 signatures by July 8th. So we do have a 16-month runway. We do have a lot of bipartisan champions on both sides, and again, are building out our coalition and hope that the Green Party will join our very broad coalition of folks who want good government. So questions, comments, and Dan is also involved in this with the League, Independent Party, and drafted it, was part of the drafting with National Redistricting Council. This is modeled after best practices.
Does anybody have questions or brief comments? Amy.
Thanks. Excuse me if I missed this because I had to step away for a second, but is there an example of another state or even another country that's used this kind of process successfully? Or would we basically be the test case? Thanks.
Yeah, good question. So Arizona, California, Colorado, and Michigan, we have good data coming out from all their independent commissions. Like I said, it resulted in a more accountable legislature. And we worked with National Redistricting Council, who this is modeled after California had 32,000 applicants to their commission. You select folks you want diversity of all types, geographic diversity, ideological diversity, subject matter expertise. The commission has mapping criteria to avoid dividing communities of interest, geographic contiguity, allowing for competitive races. So yes, this is modeled after best practices for the states who do have independent commissions.
Natalie?
Arizona, California, Colorado, which was the other state? And also, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Arizona, California, Colorado, and Michigan. There are other states. I believe Virginia just went to this. It's a growing list, but the data that we have is coming out of those 4 states. And I can, sorry.
I also want to mention that I have also reported on that in several of the meetings. And there is, in general, has been broad support. This is a kind of one of those basic common sense propositions. And what I would do is move to endorse unless anybody has a blocking concern.
I have one other question or comment, Chuck, and then Mariah said something. I will also ask if any Collins have a brief question or comment on this item. Chuck?
So as long as I appreciate what Natalie is I would second her motion to endorse this unless someone can give us a good block on why Green Party should not endorse this accountability and fair representation. On the other matter of the IP, I would block that on account that it precludes the November opportunity for Green Party. So that's kind of where I'm at with those two. So there's a motion for endorsing one and there's no motion on the other. Chuck out.
And just so you know, Collins can raise your hand by pressing 9. I have, is there a brief burning question or what? We have a motion and a second. Sabrina. Go ahead and unmute. There you go.
Oh, hi. I'm sorry. I didn't know how to interact at all. You know, you were asking for hands and so forth, and I felt like the people on the phone weren't being recognized.
Well, here you are. Did you have a question about this or just making sure you're heard?
No, I just wanted to say that, and Dan messaged me I could press *9 to raise my hand. Sorry.
Thank you, Sabrina. Are there any blocks to agreeing on, is this IP 14?
This is IP 14 and the Election Reform Act with the open primary and ranked or rated voting is IP 19. And I can resend both these slide decks if you would like to circulate them to your members, if that would be helpful.
Yes, it would.
Could you please post them in the chat? Post the link in the chat.
Sure. Dan, would you mind doing that for me? Are you still on? Here, let me see what I can do here.
All right, I'm gonna let you work on that and move through this decision. I'm not seeing any blocks. I believe Sabrina has her hand up because she pressed 9. Is that true, Sabrina? Not a block. Thank you. Are there any stand asides? Dan, are you a stand aside?
Yes.
Would you like to address that, please, briefly?
I haven't been able to pay enough attention to it, and so, but I'm not opposed. I'm just standing aside.
Thank you.
I've been helping Sabrina, sorry.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, we have a decision on IP 14. We do have a block on 19. We have more than one. I believe. So we will address that as well, but let me see. Dan, were you a block on 19?
Yes, I'm joining Devin and blocking.
And is there some way to address that? What is the block? Amy's also a block. That's 3.
I'm moving to block because I think this is going to harm our party specifically, but also minor parties like the Progressive Party.
Dan, on the same
What?
basis?
Yes, and specifically, the one thing that Dan clarified for me is that the major parties will be allowed to run multiple candidates in the primary. And I think this is kind of an invitation for them to stack the deck. Which otherwise,
Amy has
Yes.
the comment.
Yeah,
as well.
I placed my comment in chat. I'm pretty much on the same page as Devin and I think Dan too, because I mean, individual Democrats can be fine, but when they move as a mass, they are hostile to us. So this just gives them another weapon.
Can we agree to set this item aside on 19, IP 19? Is anybody really invested in moving forward with this on a vote right now?
Natalie,
Natalie?
I think that we're going to be opposing it.
That's the way it's shaping
Yeah.
up, and that's why I
So-
asked the question, can we set it aside?
Can we place a straw poll in opposition to the IP 19?
That's a great idea.
So I move to oppose IP 19.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Dan? Philippe? And yeah, we have 3 seconds. Dan is Puya is a second, and Felipe is the second, and Devin raised his hand as well. All those in favor of opposing IP 19?
I would say anybody stand aside because there seems to be pretty much consensus on opposing it.
Are there any blocks to this action? I might as well ask that. Is there anybody really in favor of this that doesn't agree? Are there any stand aside? Collins, weigh in if you have something to say, get it on there. All right, we have agreement. It's a straw poll, but it's also an agreement. Consensus on opposition to IP 19, and I hope that people can come out with some language behind that for the party. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for your consideration. Should I follow up then, Natalie, with you? Since IP 14 was endorsed, can I follow up with you on signature gathering and sending that petition out to your members?
Totally, yes.
Okay, great. I will do that. Well, thank you again for your time and all your good work, and appreciate you letting me present. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming. Thank you, Dan, too, for coming.
Next item, please. Is there any other guests? And I think there was a brief update on.
Yes, and
Yeah.
I want to give a brief update on the OPR.
All right, let's move into that.
Hello, everybody. My name is Antonio. I'm the chief petitioner of the Oregon Rebate, which is IP 17. First and foremost, thank you for your support. It's great to see that the Pacific Green Party recognizes the value of initiatives and referendum in the state of Oregon for making it a better place, particularly since we're not in power. It's just super important to use all the tools of democracy. So thank you for that. Let's see. The Oregon Rebate is a ballot initiative qualifying for the November 2024 election that will do 2 things. It increases the minimum corporate tax rate for giant corporations like Comcast, they barely pay anything in taxes. And the second thing that it does is that it uses that new revenue to give every Oregonian a cash rebate. We estimate that every Oregonian, regardless of age, income, or status, will get a yearly rebate of about $750. For example, for a family of 4, that'd be $3,000. So because the rebate goes to kids, folks who don't pay taxes, folks who are unhoused, folks who are incarcerated, and folks who are undocumented, the Oregon rebate does a phenomenal job reducing poverty across the state. Overall poverty goes down by about 15%, and child poverty specifically goes down by 26%. Also, the Oregon rebate revitalizes our communities, right? So there's going to be a bunch of money going into every single one of our communities, right? As everybody has more money, it'll be a little bit like the pandemic stimulus checks, only every year. A quick campaign update, and I have to thank Dan Meek for his help on this. Without him, none of this would happen. But we were surprised by the Oregon Supreme Court a couple of weeks ago by dismissing the appeals to our certified ballot title about 2 months sooner than we expected. So, in fact, we are already collecting signatures, and today, right after this meeting, I will run out there and hit the streets. So that's super, super exciting. We are ramping up the unpaid volunteer signature gathering and the paid signature gathering. As we speak, like I said, we have people today in Eugene and a crew in Portland. If you'd like to help, you know what to do. You could go to our webpage that I just put on the chat and get involved or coordinate with the Pacific Green Party. I have a special ask. I wouldn't be an organizer if I didn't have an ask for you all. The ask is for the Pacific Green Party, if you have a recent voter file or if you have a right to get a no-cost voter file, would you please make an in-kind contribution to the campaign and share that file with us so that we can validate the people who signed our petition. Pacific Green Party did so a couple of years back, I think, maybe a year and a half ago. It's an in-kind contribution valued at $500. It helps. Yes. So it helps us. It saves $500, so that'd be phenomenal. I also want to leave. That's all I have for you all, but I want to leave time for questions if anybody has any. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles and Dan, and then we have some questions about IDing calls and making sure that people who call in press *9 to raise their hand. Is that correct, Dan?
The person who has a phone number that ends in 6075, can you please let us know what your name is?
Thank you. Go ahead, Charles.
I believe we've endorsed this in the past. Yeah.
In fact, we are endorsed by the
Right.
Pacific Green Party. Thank you.
And if you're still in Corvallis, maybe you could get to bring us some petitions so we can start gathering signatures. I think you know how to get hold of the chapter at the vigil or at the meetings on second Tuesday. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's what I'd say.
Thank you. Dan?
Yes, of course, we endorse this, Antonio, and I have no objection to doing that again. I just want to comment on your the idea that are giving you the voter rolls as an in-kind contribution. Are you sure of that? And let me follow up.
Yeah, because it has a market value of $500, and if you
well, to my understanding, the $500 is a fee charged by the state to people who want to get that. But beyond that, there's the only restriction on the use of the voter list is that it cannot be used commercially. So people that they give it to actually can't sell it. So my instinct is that it would actually be better for us to just give it to you, because there's no restriction on freely distributing it. Is that not right?
Then that's a great question, and I feel stupid talking about this with Dan Meek on the Zoom. Dan, what do you think if the PGP gives the campaign the voter file? How do we report that?
I don't know if he's still here.
Well, I would just suggest that you follow up on that. I have no objection to giving you the list, but I don't
It's
see
in
any
chat.
dollar.
It's an in-kind, Dan. It's an in-kind. That's what Dan Meek said.
Well, call
I
the
suppose-
Secretary of State and
Yeah. I think the SCC can iron that out. Natalie, did you have a quick comment or question?
Yes, Antonia, I may have missed it, but when are you starting to collect signatures? Or how close are you to collecting signatures?
Today, we are collecting signatures.
Great.
It's
I'll get
exciting.
some from you. When did you start?
Today is the official day.
Yay! All right, we'll be the first ones to sign it.
Yeah, after this, I'm like literally running out of the house to collect signatures. So we have two events today important: the International Women's Day March and Rally, and then there's a snack fest at the night market venue. So
We have a call-in question, phone number 6075. Go ahead and unmute.
Hello, hello, Natalie, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes. Oh, good. Did you just ask me to identify myself?
Yes, please.
Oh, yeah. At the very beginning of the meeting at the chat, I noted that my laptop microphone wasn't working and that I needed to get on my phone. But I'm Mike Gardner. So, and I know we've met before many years ago. So anyway, like I say, it's kind of complicated to have to use two devices, but you know, here we are.
Thank you, Mike. Ken Adams, did you have a question?
Yeah, well, it's more informational. I've been trying to get the voter list for March 1st, and there's been quite a delay. So I will check with the Secretary of State's office to verify either giving it to them or an in-kind. Okay. So it's just informational that I will take care of that this coming week.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Antonio. Good luck out there. All right, moving on. Is there any other of these updates, or are we we have the campaigns listed next. We are going to deal with you know, our business stuff after these campaign items. I hope that everybody is on track with that. We are now at 11:32. Do we need a quick break, a 5-minute break, so people can use facilities and get a drink of water or such?
Let's regroup in 12:35. Give a few minutes.
It's 11:32. Oh yeah, it's 12:30. No, it's 11:32 still. Yeah, let's just reconvene real quick. 11:40. Yeah. Thank you, Antonio.
I support that idea. Oh, let's see you in 5.
Thanks, Felipe.
At the last CC meeting, I said that Dan's proposal needed to be informational because we need to really go through 2 conventions before we take a vote on that kind of an issue. It's a major issue that needs some discussion. And so I would block having any kind of vote on it anyway, because it needs to be discussed and the ramifications checked out. And so I don't believe that we should be doing a vote on it anyway. But I'm going to sign off now, and I'm going to start checking people who are logged on to see if they're actually PGP members. Thank you.
Yeah, I think
Ken,
that's our discussion at the moment, is to make sure that we know who can participate for today, whether or not anything else happens. We did endorse something, and that's something that absentee voters are eligible for. And that's part of the problem with what happened at the last convention. Chuck, you had your hand up. We're back in meeting now, everybody, just so you know. We were having a side discussion while some people were gone about how to make sure everybody that was participating in a decision was qualified to do so. Go ahead, Chuck.
I'm asking that we not go down a rabbit hole at this point about voting. We just endorsed by consensus, and we endorsed, we by consensus chose not to endorse. And I think we've had a very well organized striving for consensus. So let's not worry. Let's not get our head in a knit, and let's not get all uptight and agitated around voting at this point in time. Let's not go back and talk about sending out absentee ballots to endorsing measures, since we've just done it by consensus. Chuck out.
Thanks, Chuck. Natalie, a brief comment?
Yeah, that was the same thing. When there is broad consensus, we can assume that the membership would vote. It's really more for the contested that we have to have an actual vote, and I would suggest to err on participation and wide participation. Something that I wanted to mention is, for one thing, there are two things that are having a little bit problematic. One thing is when one person takes charge of the convention and organizes, makes sure that everything is organized, things get usually organized. It's when there is nobody who takes charge of a convention that nobody is tasked with any of the tasks. So that's something that we're going to be resolving with this convention, is assign a convention coordinator who will be responsible for making sure that all of the tasks get accomplished at a certain time, which is why we want to finalize the convention's manual. And I'm going to at the steering committee, with the steering committee, I'm going to take charge of that. I'm going to make sure that convention manual is finished and approved, so that all of these things can be clarified. The other thing is pertaining to the supporting members. The database has the capability of identifying supporting members and prospects, and we need to make good use of that. The problem is that the database has not been updated or used properly in the past several years, or for quite a long time. And we recently hired Starlene Rankin to help us with some fundraising. And the first couple of months, what we're going to request her to do is specifically to work on the database, to update it and make it so that we can easily pull out the supporting members. And so that's something that's going to be clarified. It's a work in progress. So I totally understand that there is a problem with the lists and all of that. It's just because there hasn't been people who, there hasn't been like one or two persons in charge of that project.
And we have somebody calling in.
They're already admitted.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have one more current topic area, where the review of races and candidacies. I know that Dan's item about membership also needs to be, at least the subject needs to be talked about a bit. I'd like to go ahead and let the counties present their local races. If that's all right with everybody, I'd like to just move through that, and then we will head into other items. So, Natalie, do you want to go ahead and launch into the campaigns for May 16th?
Yes. What we did within the steering committee, we divided ourselves, the counties, to identify which races are still, in which races are open for election, and see if there are any open positions or uncontested positions, and or see where there are candidates that we should definitely support, so that we can actually rally the membership to take part and be visible, and just really involve the membership. Ken, you had a few people in Marion County. You want to speak about it?
Actually, we don't know all the candidates. There's one race in particular for the Salem Kaiser School Board that I think is very important, and that's for Cynthia Richardson. She was endorsed by Cocoon, among others. And the Salem Kaiser School District has been going crazy with right-wing members on the board. And Cynthia is running against someone who believes that people with gun permits should be allowed on campuses. She's she's a very bad candidate. So Cynthia Richardson has been a school principal, is a mother and a grandmother of children in the school district. And I would very much like to see us support her in some way. And I was given the information from the Secretary of State's office saying that the Pacific Green Party is allowed to donate to any candidates they wish. So that even though she's a registered Democrat, that would not be an issue. But as we speak, these school board positions are nonpartisan. So that would be who I would most want to recommend, and I'll be supporting her myself. And right now, since we don't know all the positions that there'll be contested positions for, I did mention a couple of positions that were uncontested at this point and made a couple of recommendations, but so far nobody's stepped up on those.
Which ones are those?
Well, one was for the Chemeketa Community College Board, and I was thinking of Tim DeHane down in SIO, because actually that Community College Board extends into Lynn County. And I believe that he would be eligible, but he has decided that he's going to run as a state representative in 2024 and chose, he didn't think that would be a good, he didn't want to expend his efforts on the community college board. And at the moment, I can't think of what the other uncontested position was.
Devin, did you have a brief question?
Also, in checking, I know Devin isn't eligible to register to vote, but I would like to include him as someone that can vote in these measures, since he is participating with the Green Party and is an active member as far as I'm concerned. So I would like to waive that for Devin.
Well, I am registered to vote. And to clarify for meeting notes, Cynthia Richardson is running for school board in where?
Salem Kaiser School District, Ward
Okay.
2, I believe it is.
And who is the community college thing?
Well, he's not going to run. He decided,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Devin, did you access the link that I sent you earlier for the minutes? Because I'm keeping the minutes current online.
If you could repost that link, I don't think I caught it. I'm just finalizing, putting notes down here on this notebook, and then I was going to organize them into a Google Doc and send that.
I kind of think that is a pretty vague. I'd like to say running against, I think that people need to do their homework on who the various contestants are, not just say somebody wants guns in school. I believe there's more to it. I believe there's concealed carry and training, and there's a lot of back and forth on those issues. I'd like to see that remark not included because you could make a decision just on that remark. And I
Well,
want people to know.
I had posted
people to know who
a,
they're supporting.
yeah, there were some other things, and I posted that to the SCC as a newspaper article about some of the things she had been, the opponent had been doing. So,
Right.
okay, I don't have a problem with.
Chuck, do you have a brief comment on this so we can move on?
I'm just concerned as a point of order that we are supposed to be issuing endorsements, and the review of campaigns and empty seats seems like it's actually a campaign meeting to identify people we could endorse in the future. And I think this is not appropriate for a convention. I mean, I mean, let's go through what people have found, but I think it's not fruitful for our purposes of having a convention. If people had actual endorsements and a candidate to someone, then great. But otherwise, I don't want to spend too much time on this if it's just a review of possibilities and speculations and so on. Chuck out.
Yeah, actual candidates. I believe that's what we're doing. I don't know why Tim brought up, but who do we have? Suzia. We have Suzia. Do you have any local races in Jackson County?
I have my hand up.
I see that now.
So the reason we are bringing this up is because the deadline to apply for races, for candidates, to run for office is March 16, which is in 5 days. So identifying potential races and bringing up these issues is actually important. And because we're having a deadline, and some of us in this meeting may choose to run, or we may be able to identify people who want to run for those races. So that's why it is actually important. We're not necessarily looking for an endorsement, but this is an informational convention, and it is very timely. And this is the purpose of the party.
Thank you, Natalie. Suzia, did you have anything for Jackson County? Are you still present?
Yeah, I can go briefly. I noticed RVTD, which is our bus, our mass transit, what would you call it? Corporation in the Valley. 2 people are running for it, Bill Mansfield and Tanya Morrow, both of whom have been on that board for some time and have done decent work. You know, we've got natural gas in buses now, which I don't agree with, but it's a kind of a nice democratic step in the perhaps other direction. But that's all. I actually ran for that position myself some years back, so that's probably why I noticed. And they're both Democrats.
Suzia, could you please write those names in the chat so we can record them in the minutes?
Sure.
And are you supporting any of those?
You know, I know both people. They both do a decent job, so probably, yeah.
Any races that are open that don't have any candidates?
Well, they're running in 2 different seats for the Rogue Valley Transportation District. And, you know, public transportation is super important.
Thank you, Suzia. Connor, do you have something for Coos County? Is Connor still here?
He may be working.
Okay. Felipe, Multnomah County.
Yes, thank you. I have what I think I'm going to do is share with you that Multnomah has a lot of open seats, some of them without contestant. And I will suggest that you check it out. We have the link on our somewhere in our website. And I will suggest that you check it out or look at that list and decide if you know somebody or if you yourself want to run for any position that is open, and let the party know. There are too many to name. So Multnomah is a huge county, and it's a huge amount of position seats that are open. And encourage you to take a look and see if you want to run or know somebody that can run for any of those open seats. That's all I have. I have the link though, and I can share with you. Thank Thanks.
Please, yeah, post that in chat and we'll get that onto the minutes. Thank you. Natalie. Clackamas County. What do you got?
Yeah, I didn't get the chance to do the Clackamas County because I was helping get the convention and the agenda going. But what I wanted to share is that, let me just share my screen. What I want to share is that we are moving to being much more proactive with all of these things. And so what we have, hold on a second. What we have created is with the document that Kenny Kearns created a while ago, we created a page here that links directly to the different election offices. So through here, you can see who is, what are the districts that are open for election. For example, Multnomah. Current and upcoming election. I cannot speak at the same time and show because it's too difficult for me to do. But through this map, you will get the list of, through these links, you will get the list of the positions that are open for election. And then from these lists, maybe it's easier if I go to a small, let's say, Hood River, okay, because I've corresponded with Hood River. Then based on, so Hood River, for example, is listing all of the positions that are available. And then through these positions, then you can go to the Secretary of State, of Oregon. And then you can see who has filed for specific races, candidate filings and local measures. So you can go to the candidate filings and you can look for the specific election or specific area and look for who is filing and which positions are open. And I encourage us to do that because this is an opportunity for us to actually identify empty positions, because there is always empty positions, and run some races. What I suggest is, I didn't look into the people in Clackamas. I identified 3 races in Multnomah County that we should most likely support. One of them is for the replacement to Portland Community College. The person who's replacing Michael Sondliner is the former chief of staff of Casey Jama, a very progressive senator, and his chief of staff is a young person who's running for the position and has very, very good profile and very good positions. And another one is a young student, Devin, that I think you would connect very much. He's a young student who is also running for school board, and he's, I think, just 20 years old. And there's a third person that I saw that identified, but I didn't get a chance to write it out, that we should probably also support. What I suggest is for us to meet on Monday at 7:30 at the campaigns committee, and maybe have more time to review some of those and identify who we want to support. And any races that might be open, and maybe start calling our membership to see if anybody wants to put their name up.
Thank you, Natalie. Justin, Wayne County, anything going there?
Justin had to work today. He couldn't be present, which is why several people were not being able to be present. But Devin wanted to run. Go ahead, Devin.
You have a comment, Devin?
You have to mute yourself. Devin. You have to mute.
Great. Thank you. I'm running for my school board position. I don't need to file with FEC because it's a non-voting student position for the school board, but I am elected by the community. So I just wanted to put that out there. It's Mackenzie River Community School. So
great. Do we have any others? I think, and Natalie, maybe just post in chat the direct link to the webpage where you have offices that are open.
It's on our website,
Right.
pacificgreens.org.
Okay,
Hey, I have my hand up.
I didn't see you, sorry. Go
So,
ahead.
I mean, I don't know Devin. I've met him for the first time. I guess you were at the January 21st convention. But if people are comfortable with, I mean, you could get an endorsement from this convention for your seat if you wanted it. You could ask for us to endorse your standing for that position. Chuck out.
Okay,
I would like to mention that Devin is leading, has run campaigns before, even for several years already. He has made an active step to become involved in the Green Party, register with the Green Party. And he's also one of the leading organizers of a joint resolution to allow voting for youth who are up to 16 years old. And so I would highly have worked with Devin on various occasions on meetings, and I would highly endorse supporting him.
and the endorsements and stuff, that's coming forward at the next convention, is that correct?
Well, the race is in May, so.
Well, it doesn't say anything about endorsements, it just says we're reviewing today.
Fine, we're reviewing. I make a motion to endorse.
Does anybody second that? Chuck, did you have another comment?
You can unmute yourself.
It's very annoying, this muting business. Yes, I second Natalie's motion. We should endorse Devin. Ask the block, go through the process, Lori, if there are any blocks to stand aside, and let's just move on with business. There's still more people to report, I think.
All righty then. Are there any blocks to endorsing Devin for the student position on the? Amy, is that a block? All right, could you take your hand down? Do
I
you have a
just,
question?
yeah, I was just gonna say, is it okay if Devin wants to give us a short speech about what he plans to do if elected?
Well, there's a motion, and I think it was seconded, but yeah, I think that people would like to hear that. Go ahead, Devin. You got something for us?
Thank you. I just wanted to put out my party platform just in case before you moved forward with actually endorsing. I'm working on removing sexist language from the dress code. I'm working on getting more supplies funding for the high school because that's my jurisdiction at the high school. Especially for history and English curriculum. I'm also working with acting as a mediator with the Oregon State Legislature to get us funding to fix our heating and cooling system because it's broken. And so half the time we're like shivering in class. So we're dealing with that. And we're also working on getting new sports equipment for our students because we are putting economic stress on them to pay for it themselves. And our community is very rural and very poor in a sense. So we want to make sure that we're not putting economic stress on those students just because they want to do sports. So that's what I'm working on.
I have a question, Devin. How far up the river are you in your McKenzie district?
Sorry, I am in Vida, which is just like a skip and a hop away from the school. So,
All righty, yeah, you're a ways up there. Any other questions for Devin? Or comments? We do have a motion second. Amy, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just curious, do you consider your school a supportive environment for LGBT students right now? Because we hear a lot about that in the city, I'll tell you.
My school is very, I would say our school board is very conservative, but our school administration is very supportive of that. I myself is LGBT, and we have a lot of our student government LGBT. So I would say, yeah.
Thanks.
Suzia?
Yeah, I just wanted to suggest that once you get on that board, you might want to get like parks and recreation in your town, take care of your athletic program. That's what we do down here, and it seems to work pretty well. Just a thought.
Good to know. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So are there any blocks to endorsing Devin for his student school board seat? Waiting. Any stand aside? All righty then. So we've endorsed a student candidate. Thank you, Devin. Thank you, everyone. So Justin's not here, correct? So we have a couple people that weren't able to announce, but we have a good list of what's available on our website in terms of nonpartisan and partisan race. Correct? Yes. Next item.
Well, I wanted to also reiterate that we can meet on Monday evening and review in greater detail.
And is anybody eligible to participate or just listen in to that meeting or campaigns?
Yeah.
Okay, and they can access that through the website or information?
Correct.
Thank you. All right, so it is now 12:07. We are ahead of time at the moment. And I would like to get into the next group of issues. I do want to delegate more time. I thought we had given it more time, but it's back to 5 minutes. So can the minutes of the last, so what I want to do is put up Dan's bylaws to change the suggestion to clarify voting membership. Is that correct, Dan, in the bylaws? You want to go ahead and get into that? Unmute. Yeah, you're still muted.
Okay, yes, although I would like to clarify the minutes, put a link to my proposal as a supporting member requirement. It is not a proposal to require 2 years. It simply adds it as a method of gaining supporting membership.
Okay. So we'll make sure that's clarified then.
Okay.
But it's just it's an addition to what already exists or another potential way to be a supporting member, correct?
Right.
Okay. Would you like to go ahead and get into that then?
May I screen share? Am I able to screen share?
I don't know, are you? I hope so.
Okay. And here we go. Is this visible?
Yes.
Okay, what I am proposing is not new. It was part of Brian Setzler's raft of proposals that he made at the end. It was, I think, December of 2021 or January of 2022. His proposal was a comprehensive overhaul of the bylaws. This is one little element of it. And the reason I'm proposing this is that we have a large amount of confusion about our supporting membership. I'm just going to read through this, I guess, so you can follow along. Very simply, this proposed bylaws amendment will extend supporting membership to everyone who has been and remains registered Pacific Green for at least 24 months. The current criteria I consider vague, and they effectively limit supporting membership to at most a few dozen people, because that's all the people that usually care to either volunteer or donate. We have hundreds or thousands of people that have been loyal to the party, registered for a long time, who are not included in our process. To my understanding, supporting membership was motivated mainly by a desire to protect our party against infiltration by outsiders. And my strong opinion is that a voter who has been registered PGP through an entire 2-year election cycle has abandoned the primaries of all the other parties and cannot rightly be called an outsider anymore. This will also provide an incentive to remain with the party and help reverse the decline in our registration numbers. And though I didn't write that here, in 2017, we had about 10,000 members, and compared to the total, we had 0.40% of all registered voters in Oregon. Now we have just under 8,000 members, but the total overall has increased, and we now have only 0.26%. Our registration numbers have declined by more than 1/3 in barely 5 or 6 years. This will make supporting membership easier to verify, as most of us already would qualify by this 2-year method, and we would not need to have our volunteer or donor status verified. It could simply be looked up in the voter rolls. This will not affect the existing qualifications by contribution. You can still qualify by supporting or donating by the already provided methods in the bylaws. Now, I'm presenting this for decision today because this has already undergone some discussion starting way back in 2021, 2022, when Brian first proposed it. And so I'm going to ask the convention to consider it. And again, I would like to credit Brian Sessler for thinking this up. I think it is ingenious. Now, moving on, I'm going to scroll down. And if anyone is having trouble seeing this or hearing this, please let me know, because I can't tell how good my connection is. Now, here's the text of Bylaws Article 3, which defines supporting membership. For Section A, for purposes of voting, a supporting Green Party member shall be defined as registered as a Green Party member at the Secretary of State. So party member who contributed either Section 1 is about volunteering, Section 2 is about donations, and there's a calculator to judge what that level would be. My proposal is simply to add this line. In addition, anyone registered Pacific Green whose effective registration date was at least 24 months previous shall be considered a supporting member on that basis, regardless of contributions. This is what I submitted 30 days ago, before the deadline to submit these proposals. I'm offering myself, if I can, a friendly amendment to just a rewrite to make it more concise, to say this: notwithstanding the above, which means that besides all these things, anyone who has been registered Pacific Green continuously since 24 months prior is a supporting member.
Can I have a friendly amendment, is considered a supporting member? Just add the word considered.
I'll accept that.
Natalie, did you have a question?
Charles was before me.
Oh, Charles, go ahead. Unmute.
Charles, you need to.
So for some reason, Charles is.
Go ahead, Charles. You keep on, if you press the button more than once, you mute yourself again.
There. Okay. I want to endorse this idea. As some of you know, I've been at least involved in administration in the party for a long time. And supporting memberships have been a continual hassle the entire time. There were years there that we just dropped the whole matter. And this one is really what I like the best about it is that it's simple and can just be looked up on the voter rolls. Plus, it actually rewards staying registered. So I agree with Dan's supporting arguments. But simple is good. And I think that's pretty much what I had in mind.
Thank you, Charles. Chuck, comment, question.
My hand was up.
Oh, you're not on my screen now. For some reason, you got moved down.
Yes.
Natalie, did you have a question or comment?
Yes, so what I offered a friendly amendment to this, because if the motivation is to ensure that people are indeed staying in the party and committed to the party, to make it a 4-year window, because it would capture the presidential elections. And so that's a friendly amendment, because the objective of this proposal is to disincentivize people from switching parties. And I think that that's something that needs to be widely advertised and communicated to the membership, because some members will not agree with that. I know that some do, but some don't.
You mean the friendly amendment of 4 years instead of 2?
And the other reason is because 2 years ago we had COVID, and there was a lot of conflict within the party, and which turned a lot of people away. And so I think that we need to extend that window to capture people who were removed, turned away, bullied out, or who are very unhappy with the party. Even if we, make it 4 years now and then 2 years later, because otherwise it's actually very unfair. The other thing is there are a couple, one of the reasons why we wanted to have participating members is because some people prefer, who are more recent into the party or who moved in, may want to volunteer, give money to show their support, and those should be also counted in as supporting members. And there's, Felipe, for example, is very involved here.
Yeah,
And
this isn't a replacement, it's in addition.
in addition, yeah. So but some people are talking about replacing. So that's why I'm mentioning that we need to add it as an in addition to.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and
I have 6 other people on stack. Is there anything else burning that needs to be said?
I
I
was
got
offered a-
interrupted and I just lost my train of thought.
Okay, so please finish.
Thank you. What I wanted to mention also is that in the previous convention, we talked about doing a really complete review of the bylaws and an overhaul for September, because it's going to be after the May elections, so we can focus now on the elections and on the legislative bills going on. And then we will have plenty of time between the convention in September and possible business convention in January to really review these things, finalize all of these procedural and organizational poorly defined issues that have been plaguing the party and with conflicted interpretations of what real democracy looks like. And so what I would suggest is we can support this right now, but I would suggest to try to do a more complete overhaul in September.
Thank you. Chuck, go ahead. I believe you're next.
Point of order, Lori.
One last
Yes,
thing-
Dan.
One last thing is, one of the concerns about the documentation of supporting membership, one of the problems is because our database has not been updated and has not been properly used. But there are ways to use the database to positively identify supporting members before the conventions. And that's a project that we're taking on right now. So I also wanted to put that out.
Thank you, Natalie. Chuck, brief question, comment.
can I make a point of order, Lori? Because I was offered a friendly amendment. Should I respond
Yes,
now?
Dan, please respond.
Okay, well, thank you for that friendly amendment suggestion, Natalie. I think I should clarify that the 24 months here, I hate to paraphrase things like statutes and bylaws, but what this does is when somebody registers green, it starts like a 24-month countdown. So people that left the party after the last president, like in 2020, as you were saying, they would not be getting back quicker if it were 4 years instead of 2 years. As far as people that leave for the presidential election, they can stay out for the entire 4 years and come back by the registration date for the next presidential election and vote anyway, because you don't have to be supporting members to vote on candidates. Now, as far as 24 months, what I like about 24 months best is that this doesn't move the carrot too far ahead of the mule, the carrot on the stick approach. We want people to join the party and give them an easily obtainable incentive. Stick around for 2 years. And I feel that is pretty much the equivalent of donating and volunteering. And as Lori mentioned, this doesn't in any way abrogate those methods. You can still join and donate and volunteer by the existing methods and become a supporting member that way. In my opinion, what this does is gives our loyal party members who've been around 2 years, I think 2 years you deserve. You deserve to get your say in our process. And I'm done.
Thanks, Dan. All right, so we have a few more questions. Let's try to be brief and concise. Thank you. Chuck? Does somebody have to unmute Chuck every time you want? No.
Yes, Natalie needs help from her co-hosts to unmute people. Maybe you need to share that.
I just unmuted you,
Thank you, Felipe.
Chuck.
It's very irritating, this business of, so I endorse what Dan is proposing. I think it's a great idea for the reasons Charles said. It simplifies. I have seen so many headaches associated with who gets to participate on this list, and it's just a big mess. So anything we can do to simplify who gets to participate, I'm thumbs up. And I think this difference between 4 years and 2 years, I think that 4-year thing doesn't make sense to me, what Natalie just explained. I think 2 years is adequate. I think Dan explained it well. And people can still have skin in the game. We're always asking people to donate. And anybody, the current rules aren't being changed at all, except we're simplifying what Ken has to go through, or whoever is going to pull this list together, what they do to search and find who qualifies. Chuck out.
Thanks, Chuck. Ken, brief comment, question?
Yeah, and since Chuck brought up that I'm the one that's usually getting the voter list, I wanted to point out a few things. The 4-year window to me will not work, because basically what I get from the voter list is the effective registration date, whether it's 2016, 2008, whatever. So it would be very hard to track who was registered 4 years ago, for one thing. So I would be someone that would not agree with this 4-year window, because it would cause a lot of headaches, in my opinion. Now, also, one of the problems that I foresee is we would not be able to check these at convention, because it will not give you the effective registration date if you go online to check somebody. And I've been checking people with the voter registration that I got in October, because I couldn't get the Secretary of State's office to give me one in a timely fashion. So that's a problem. Also, we get 2 free voter lists a year. Now, this has changed, because previously you got 2 every 2 years. And so it became very difficult to get updated lists. Okay. And even with us getting 2 free ones a year, if we're having 3 and 4 conventions a year, you would then have to go and pay for some of these. Okay. And as if you got just the Pacific Green Party, that historically has been under $30, so it wouldn't be a big deal. But I think it will cause problems for us. It's not real cut and dried as far as verifying people that come to the convention and say that they've been registered to the Green Party for 2 years and we don't know in advance. And that, unless we have an updated voter list. So that's a concern of mine, but it's more a technical issue, nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. I have 3 more questions plus a little friendly amendment suggestion to a little more clarification on what prior date, what prior means, to what date. So that's something to consider. Devin, question, comment,
I'd like to move a motion to block this.
on what basis?
I think that this isn't going to help increase our party participation. And I also think that it's going to unfairly exclude people from making decisions in the party, such as myself. And it also, it risks stagnation and potentially turns away potential allies with the Pacific Green Party who are eager to contribute their ideas and skills to the party. I think it's really important for us as a party to stay inclusive and be a welcoming community that encourages participation from all members, regardless of their length of membership. And I think that the whole 24 months, 2-year membership before participation, we're denying a voice to those people who have recently become politically engaged, who haven't had an opportunity to join earlier because they weren't old enough to register to vote or so forth. I know a lot of young people who want to get involved with the Pacific Green Party. So far, I'm kind of the first one that's joined in on the convention process. And I think if it's really a big deal that we need to well, it is a big deal that we need to check who's actually registered to vote as Pacific Green and how long they've been in the party. I have access to a program called Vote Builder, which is free to me because I was working on Doyle Canning's campaign last year before Mike Bielstein hopped in. And so I can access who's registered to vote, what party. I can access their entire voter history, how they voted at every election. So I can get access to that, and we can use that if needed. So then we have
Devin, as an aside, you do know that this is in addition to not replacing volunteering or any other aspect.
Yeah.
So it's not limiting anything that already exists. It's adding a different way of joining in if you're not participating and if you're not able to volunteer to donate. This is an alternative means that never existed previous. That's
I understand, and I'm still sticking with my argument
that it unfairly
on the stack.
Yes, and that it unfairly excludes people.
Lori,
Yes. Amy, you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I understand that this is in addition to, and at the same time, I share some of the concerns Devin voiced. So Dan, just for the sake of an example, imagine that I'm just a brand new registrant today. How long would it be before I could have an active role in the party? And would we be able to explain that cogently and simply to a person when they join? Because I feel like people who are new members like Devin are probably very motivated to get involved. They probably just don't want to stand around and wait to vote in an election.
Right.
Thanks.
Dan, can you post the existing bylaw in the chat so people can see what's there now? I think that's good.
Let me link to this because it has the text in there and
Thank you.
everything. But let me respond to this because there's a lot of things that I need to respond to kind of flying by me real quick.
I have my hand up.
Yeah, there's somebody before you and we're just trying to get this on board. We have 2 people questioning. And then it's Charles and then you. Go ahead, Charles, while he's working on that. And Dan wants to respond. You're still muted, Charles. You're still muted, Charles.
Okay. The issues Devin raises are even bigger if it's a 4-year period. And one experience I'd like to share is I find it embarrassing when new people show up at a convention. We have to tell them they're some things they can't vote on. So I'd actually like, I think that's an argument against a 4-year term. We could easily cover people who could not register previously. We could add as a friendly amendment. I don't have language ready, but something about or people who are newly registered to vote, or newly able to register to vote. That might also cover people who are new to the state. We occasionally get people who've been active green somewhere else and turn up, and the 2-year, now they could contribute in some way too, but we might want to make an exception for people who were not able to register in Oregon within 2 years. I'm done.
Natalie, Dan, can just hold this until we've got more people wanting to weigh in. Dan, did you have any particular response to the previous concerns on 2 blocking members, Amy and Evan?
Yes. Well, I have to remember it all, and that's why I should, if someone's going to block and ask me questions, I should be able to respond right away. Okay.
Sorry, Dan.
Devin, this is the current bylaw. I linked it in the chat if you can't see on the screen. Membership. For purposes of voting on Green Party members at the conventions, particularly candidates and bylaw changes, a supporting Green Party member shall be defined as any person registered as a Green Party member at the Secretary of State, blah, 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 blah. So all supporting members have to be registered PGP. The status quo is that it is these PGP members who have also contributed either yada yada volunteer time or yada yada financial contributions. My proposal is simply to extend this in the name of inclusivity to anyone registered Pacific Green, well, the amended text, anyone who has been registered Pacific Green continuously since 24 months prior. That's all this does. It's basically, think of it as a party loyalty amendment. Anyone who has proven that they're willing to stay in the party for 2 years is, in my opinion, deserving of supporting member status. And before we go overboard into arguing about supporting members, which someone mentioned has happened all too often, the effect of supporting membership is simply being able to vote on party business at conventions and form chapters and a few other really routine party business type of things. They don't affect voting on candidates, but it does get argued about constantly. And the result of the constant arguing and nothing getting decided, nothing getting streamlined, nothing getting solved is that we have a broken system. And this, I think, will go a long way towards fixing that broken system. Is it perfect? No. Now, Amy, I forget Amy's question, but if someone were anew, I think she was asking me if someone had just registered Pacific Green, how do they become a supporting member? Either A, they can do 90 minutes of meeting time with the chapter, or participation at a meeting, campaigning, or organizing, or they can do the financial contribution, which is about $30, depending on where they live, and do that by 30 days in advance before the convention, and they're in. All this does is say, or if you don't want to do that, you don't want to donate and volunteer, you'd rather just, live your life and just, be a green, do it for 2 years and you're in that way too. And to publicize it and put it on the website, put a link to it, just to this bylaw, and state it clearly and concisely. That's all.
Do you have any additional questions, Natalie? I've got 2 people as well, and everybody's been heard from before, so that's why I'm back.
Thank you very much. I would love to contribute because actually I want to answer specifically to Devin. Devin, I totally hear what you're saying, that some people cannot register to vote and they would be excluded from being able to vote in internal party affairs, because that's what we're talking is voting in internal party affairs. So the membership, and I'm going to share my screen, and the Constitution of the party, there is a definition of auxiliary member, which are individuals who are not eligible to register to vote with the state of Oregon, meaning young people or also people who are undocumented migrants who cannot vote in the United States, but who participate very actively in the life of Oregon. So this category would encompass young people and immigrants. The problem with our bylaws is that it doesn't specify whether auxiliary members have the right to vote or not in internal matters. And that's something that I have raised and that we want to clarify in the convention's manual. Initially, when I got involved, the bylaws only included membership, and it specified in the Constitution that there is a supporting member who can vote in matters, but it didn't specify what constituted a supporting member. So that's something that we have defined in the past few years, and we wanted people to have some, actual commitment to the party. I'm totally fine with it, with adding these 24 months in addition to, that's totally fine. We need to define the voting rights of auxiliary members, and that's actually a priority that's been raised several times. And I'm taking over the convention's manual because the leadership for the convention's manual has kind of fallen flat, and we're going to finish it in the next 2-3 weeks so that we can vote on it and have all of those things clarified. We're also going to update the database so we can actually use the database to identify supporting members.
Thank you, Natalie. Chuck, did you have another question or comment?
There's a friendly amendment for Dan in the chat, and it's 24 months prior to vote at convention. I think you should add another prepositional phrase, and I would use the language at convention or by absentee if permitted. However, but I think that there needs a time perspective for that 24 prior to what? So you say a date. Well, what date? Date for what?
Well, prior to the present time. That's a good question, Chuck, but the supporting membership does affect other things besides convention votes. For example, some of the older bylaws say that you need to have 5 supporting members to form a chapter. So you would need to be qualified as a supporting member by doing that. So why don't we edit it to say prior to the present time?
Okay.
Would
Or
that
the
work?
present application or the present concern or whatever. I would
The
just say
present day.
that sounds fine. And then my other point is about this, what Natalie's raising, this auxiliary voting, which would apply to Devon. We do have a provision in our Constitution to permit it and allow it, but I think it's fine the convention committee explore what is the capacity as an auxiliary for participation, and then should recommend to that September convention where it's been discussed to have some extra bylaws discussion. Because I think the auxiliary needs to be defined and embedded in our bylaws and not just be left up to our convention manual. Chuck,
can I respond real quick?
Yeah,
Because
please.
I can address the block as well to Devin. Why don't we just add you in, Devin? Can I screen share again? And
Devin
let's
removed his
wordsmith
doc.
this. Oh, he did?
Yes, because of the
Okay.
auxiliary members, we just need to define the voting rights of auxiliary members in the convention manual.
Okay, so well,
So is there a
Yeah,
motion
okay.
on the floor to endorse this bylaw amendment?
let me screen share so I can show the edit that I made for Chuck.
And Natalie, Devin, did you indicate that your block has been satisfied? Thank you, Devin.
Yes, I did.
And we'll take one more look at the verbiage and then we'll ask for another round.
For those on the phone who aren't looking at this, the motion as amended or the proposal as amended will insert the language, notwithstanding the above, anyone who has been registered Pacific Green continuously since 24 months prior to the present day is considered a supporting member. So whoever reads this will say prior to the present day.
All right. That would be an insertion into the bylaws. Are there any, Suzia, did you have a comment?
Yes, I'm curious, will the parentheses stay?
No, the brackets will be removed. This is just made for the proposal. I put the brackets in there because I used boldface and that doesn't always show up in emails and such.
Right, so when you're done, it'll look like everything else, the same
Yep.
font, same.
All
yeah.
this says is insert this text after that text. There's a
All
little
right.
bit more after it, but it inserts this. That's all.
right, Thanks.
All right. Are there any blocks to this?
Can you please insert the text in the chat so I can copy it into the minutes, please?
Suzia, do you still have something or just take down your hand unless you're blocking? Thank you. All right, the comments are also in text. I believe they were also spoken for those that have called in on phone. I'm seeing no more questions. I don't see any blocks. Are there any stand asides to this? Those on phone can speak up if they're a stand aside. Okay, we have consensus. Those words will go forward and become a part of the membership for supporting status. Thank you, everyone. Next item, please. Now we're going to go back to the existing 1245.
When does this become effective?
Well, it's been decided today it would become effective as immediate. I suppose it should be built in. Everything's going to be gone over again. There is some redundancy that we need to address, so that'll be good to look at the bylaws again. But Dan, isn't it immediate?
Yes, my intent was for it to take effect immediately. Normally that's been understood in bylaw proposals.
Yes.
So although it's not necessarily updated immediately because we are, after all, a volunteer organization and someone has to be in charge or take on the task.
So there are three presenters. We have Chuck, Justin, and Natalie. I'm not sure if Justin's going to make it back for his portion. Are the minutes from the last meeting available?
Give me just a second.
Okay. For those of you that can see your screen, there is a copy of the existing draft minutes from the last convention in January of this year. And there are a few things that aren't delineated in terms of the discussion or the decision to move forward with a vote on the resolutions. But we did spend much time on it, and the group as a whole decided to move forward with existing bylaws to just have people attending and not send out absentee, which is spelled out in the bylaws under section 8 and 18. 3 and 4. The 3 is where the conventions make the votes, and 4 is about how things are done, but there's other delineations of rights and responsibilities for the SEC on absentee voting and such. And if everybody could just look at these minutes, we had a block, Chuck blocked approval of the previous minutes because of the overturning of the convention vote at the very end of the minute. Chuck, how do you want to proceed on this particular item for the caucus, Liberty Caucus?
I think I need, okay, so my video is being blocked, but I'm unmuted. You can hear me, correct?
Yeah, it's not been blocked. Something happened to your video. It's not been blocked.
Okay.
Sometimes mine stops working on my computer.
Okay, so at 12 o'clock on the chat, 12:08, I posted a link from the Green Liberty Caucus, which has a report. So basically, what I want the minutes to be, I want the minutes to be accurate. And the accurate reflection of the minutes should read that the January 21st convention vote at convention on Green Liberty resolutions were valid. And that the decision of the convention stands. The SEC decision to reject on February 6th has no standing and should just be dismissed. So by correcting the minutes to reflect a fair, open, honest, accurate following of the rules is what we did. Natalie is claiming that the vote at convention for resolutions should have been sent as an absentee ballot to people who did not request it and who were not at convention. Absentee ballot under A4 is only permitted on 3 categories: nominating candidates, endorsing ballot initiatives, or choosing our SEC members, and that's all done by a majority vote. We are a majority vote organization, and a majority voted in support of green resolutions. I want that recognized. I want that to be kind of found and made clear, because the SEC doesn't understand the rules that it's limited to. Okay, so I'm done. Chuck out, and I welcome any questions. People can find the link. I'm going to repost it. It'll be at the top of the list so people can find it and see notes that I've made and bylaws, provisions, and so on. So Chuck out.
I have Charles, comment, question. Don't forget to unmute.
This situation is rather shocking. It's Green Party boilerplate, absolutely found fundamental that the convention is the ruling party, ruling governing body, not the SEC. the SEC cannot nullify a vote at convention. Sorry, not going to happen. So that action is null and void. It might help for this convention to confirm, yes, we meant what we said. But that vote basically didn't happen. It's not within the powers of the committee. And I mean, it's a big enough deal that I'm getting emotional about it. And I think that's probably enough.
Thank you, Charles. Dan?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm looking at the minutes that are under question here, but they included the text that there was no notification of the decision to supporting members who were expecting a ballot. And that does not, I'm very interested in why they were expecting a ballot, who told them that. And in my opinion, whoever did that made an error. And that error is unfortunate. And they should probably go say, oh, well, sorry about that to whoever did that. But the bylaws are clear that absentee voting is allowed for candidate nominations and endorsements, ballot initiative endorsements, and elections of SCC members. They don't extend, they don't authorize votes on resolutions. And this was discussed ad nauseum at the convention, and we operated properly by the bylaws. Those bylaws can't be overruled by a convention manual. And I agree with Charles, they can't be overruled by the SCC. Now, the SCC may have the discretion to interpret bylaws, but that, there's a difference, big difference between interpreting and simply making things up. The plain text is that the bylaws are followed. I'm done.
Thank you, Dan. Natalie, you have your hand up.
Yeah, so on this one, we're just going to have to agree to disagree. And
No.
Can I make my case?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. The reason is as follows. Yes, I agree that the convention rules shall be adopted within the convention. I agree. But we also have principles, statement of principles way above, that we encourage participation, that we make everything possible for people to participate. We just talked about extending the definition of supporting members. Since 2018, when we first started implementing absentee voting, we decided consciously to make absentee voting available to a wider as possible number of people to encourage and motivate participation. In the various communications that have been going on since then, we have never told people that they could not vote with absentee ballot unless they requested a ballot or registered for the convention. That has never been communicated that way. It was never closing access to voting. It was always opening access to voting and having a say in party manners. And the communications about the conventions have always mentioned that absentee voting is going to be available to supporting members. And here's a definition of supporting members. So that's what's been communicated for more than one convention, for several conventions. This is not just for me. I am not the one saying it. This is actually a consensus position or a majority position of the steering committee for several years now. So that is, and I know that we're going to have to agree to disagree. So that's one that we told supporting members, the communication has been out that we encourage participation and we will provide absentee ballot to supporting members. Several people who were participating at the convention had left at the time of the vote to restrict voting to people who were just present at the convention and were not allowed to vote on that or to raise their concern about that. The only reason why you would want to restrict voting only to members participating at a convention is to restrict voting and prevent other supporting members from having a say at that position. There is no other justification to restrict voting to supporting members who are only the ones who are participating at a convention. There's been also a lot of displeasure at some of the positions and the contentiousness and some bullying and negativity going on that has turned away people from participating at meetings, particularly women, and that has been documented. So I think in the steering committee is an elected position that is elected also by majority of the people at a convention and supporting members. So they also represent the interests of the supporting members. And we found that the only reason to restrict voting at a convention was to limit participation to a set of supporting members, which was fundamentally undemocratic. And at least 2 people were expecting ballots for those resolutions who didn't get it. So they were disenfranchised. And that's why we took the position that that vote was not valid. And it's not that we rejected it or that we canceled
It is that you rejected it, fundamentally rejected it. It's listed in the minutes.
You're interrupting me and there's like 4 people.
I will interrupt. You've been talking longer than anybody. It's time to, half the people haven't seen it because they're on phone.
What the steering committee is doing is reposting those resolutions for a vote to be sent to supporting members, who supporting members have a say on the positions of the party.
So does consensus at a decision-making convention. And so I would expect the SEC to throw out the decisions made today by consensus because they do not include absentee voters. And if this is the way the SEC conducts business, they are riding roughshod over the consensus and decision-making process of the group.
I think,
and I was the facilitator at that convention, and I too am upset about it.
Yeah. Okay. Chuck, Charles, and Ken Adams, and Dan and Ken are on the stack. And noted that a small group of people are disenfranchising supporting members.
It was 37 people that voted. That's not a small group for Greens. We are a micro minority in the state of Oregon. And we should not be doing what we're doing.
Have a say. 1/3 of supporting members didn't have a say.
And they're not going to have a say today either because we voted via consensus. You have to understand when decisions like this are made.
Chuck is on the stack.
Okay, so my video is broken. My video says that you can't start your video because the host has stopped it. That's the message I'm getting. So would the host look about freeing up my video? So meanwhile, basically, Green Liberty followed the rules. We sought the blessing of the convention, and there's only 3 categories that get to be voted on by absentee. Natalie refuses to follow the rules, and she persuaded Seth that he would be able to vote by absentee, and what's amazing about that is Seth, as the secretary of the party, should know better and should be savvy about our rules. We're following the rules that say business that can't be conducted by absentee shall be conducted, quote, at convention. So Natalie, through the COVID, has insinuated a method of voting that is not authorized. There is no authorization to send absentee voting unsolicited and so on. So I just want to be that all we're asking for is the convention to recognize that the January 21st convention was valid. It was a good convention. It was open. It was honest. It was transparent. And that's all explained in my memo that I posted. I don't have much more, but I honestly, I think Natalie's argument is a convoluted. I feel like I'm listening to someone talk sideways at me. It doesn't add up to what our rules say. Chuck out. Who's next? Charles, you're muted. Dan, you got to unmute.
Um, The convention followed the bylaw. The SEC is obligated to follow the bylaw. There is an oversight in the bylaw. It should be fixed. But we don't throw out the rules just because they're inconvenient. Unless apparently we're this SEC. And the problem, the fundamental problem is that this is a power grab by a small committee, a power grab that is not authorized, certainly not part of our green values. The SEC is not the governing body. That a vote by the SEC that defies the convention is null and void. Chuck can send those out as fully authorized if he wishes. I'm done for now.
Okay, I would like to request that our facilitator not be muted against her will. And if there's anyone that has a problem with that, I think whoever did that should not be a co-host. Now, regarding this comment by Natalie that people were promised that there would be absentee voting last year, if you look at the webpage for this very convention, the event page has no mention whatsoever of absentee voting. I talked to people about, that maybe the convention would decide there would be absentee voting. And I recall the event page for the last one. I didn't see anything promising that anyone would be allowed to vote absentee. And again, if such a promise was made, it was wrong. Whoever made that was in error. The bylaws are clear. They do not authorize absentee voting for things like resolutions, candidates, ballot initiatives, and SCC members. And appealing to the statement of principles to have some kind of way to overrule that is just the biggest stretch imaginable, in my opinion. You could do that to overrule practically anything. And it seems to me that we have basically a very small portion of the membership, but unfortunately a majority of the SCC that are attempting to dictate to the rest of us how things are going to be. And Charles is right. That is a power grab. I'm done.
Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, I'm just going to point out Oregon State Law 248.072. This is what it reads in entirety. The state central committee is the highest party authority in the state and may adopt rules or resolutions for any matter of party government, which is not controlled by the laws of this state. So this SCC does have authority. Whether it's in our bylaws or not, it's in the state laws. Also, I would like to point out that there was no effort made to reach consensus on this entire list of items in the Green Liberty Caucus, either before, during, or after the convention. They wanted to push this through and have a vote. And they never attempted any sort of effort in consensus building. Thank you.
Laurie, I don't see why you cannot unmute. Okay. My question is this. If these resolutions have broad support, why would you want to close voting on the resolutions? What's the purpose of limiting voting on the resolutions? That is why this is, I know we don't agree because a small group wants this and a broader group wants something else. The bylaws are not clear. That's why the convention manual is to be finalized and a lot of things finalized. There is a disagreement. We should agree that we disagree. I recognize where you're coming from. I think that you should recognize also where I come from because I don't see anywhere in the bylaws where it limits and restricts absentee voting only to certain things. It allows absentee voting to some things, but it does not restrict. And that is one way to read the bylaws. And the coordinating committee is charged, and part of its definition of its constitution, it's charged with interpreting the bylaws, because it's charged to representing the interests of the broad membership of the broad party. And so I know that we're having a fundamental disagreement. We are just not able to agree. And I think that Devin mentioned some suggestion, but I can't find it. I don't, would you mind reposting, Devin, please?
Is Lori still muted?
Yes, what's up with that?
She doesn't want to unmute.
I don't blame her. I'd like to know who muted her in the first place. She was talking.
Natalie muted me, and I would like an apology, or I will not continue facilitating.
I would like to apologize if you act as a facilitator, and if you want to speak, you raise your hand. Agreed?
I will be speaking. I don't raise my hand.
As a participant?
I wasn't participating. I was the acting facilitator at the last convention.
Okay.
I would like to have somebody read the minutes that were listed that are not actually technically meeting minutes on the final item. And that's where we diverge completely. There's people on the phone that don't know what we're talking about. I want that language read. It's very inflammatory. And if nobody else will read it, I will. So generally, minutes are what happens at meeting, not what happens after meeting. At 3 o'clock, the Liberty Caucus resolutions are listed as a minute. Liberty Caucus proposed a set of resolutions around COVID and the mandates investigation of the 1960s political assassinations and government accountability. Greens remaining at the convention forced limited voting on the resolutions to only supporting members participating in the convention, with no announcement to supporting members who were expecting a ballot on this resolution. As a result, ballots were sent to only 37 Greens. At least 2 supporting members complained afterward they had not received a ballot. Next paragraph. As a result of concerns for the undemocratic process regarding the voting process, this vote has been called into question as violating basic principles of grassroots participation. A thorough review was undertaken of ballots and communications prior to the convention. A final decision will be taken at the upcoming SDC meeting February 5th. That is not a meeting minute. That is a meeting comment. And it was made after the minutes should have been posted as they were, with the vote as it was. And it's very inflammatory to me as a facilitator and as a 26-year Green. And I feel like my rights as a Green have been stomped all over. So yeah, I took it personally, and I will say something, but that's what it says. And then the finding of the SCC after that point, and I'm hoping I'm not muted, was that they threw our vote out. That's very undemocratic. And if there was a problem, they should have brought it forward and done a protest properly and had us look it over. The party wouldn't have ended. They wanted to throw up a block. Bob was there for the votes. I don't understand why this was allowed in the minutes. I think it makes our party look really bad, really bad. And if you were concerned about the way the party looks, they should not have been posted as minutes of a meeting. Those were SCC minutes. The SCC should have been all over that and posted it everywhere. And that's why I spoke up and said what I did. And anyway, Chuck and Dan and Sabrina are on stack.
Okay, I'll go. Ken, about that state law you're citing, I think the purpose of that state law is to tell state authorities who to prosecute if some malfeasance occurs inside of a state party. I think in our state party, we're governed by our constitution and our bylaws. Ken, you don't answer me now, but it sounds like you're suggesting we should hand over sovereignty to the state law, and I think you're mistaken about that. So Green Liberty is following the rules as dictated. Can someone show the screen that features A4 from the convention manual, please? As I want to respond to Natalie's
I would like to speak to that question that
Okay,
you
well,
asked.
let me finish, Ken, and then come back to you, okay? Let me just finish my point and I'll shut up, okay? So A4, Natalie says, why would we at convention choose to not let someone vote? Well, we made the decision at convention to say anybody who showed up at convention got to vote. The convention made that decision pursuant to A3, which is convention rules shall be adopted. And that's what we did. That was all on the up and up. A lot of time and talk was discussed and reviewed. Natalie then says, what Natalie does is she ignores A4. A4 reads, votes taken at convention, specific. So the operative word here is specific to candidate nominations, endorsements, ballot initiative, and election of coordinating committee members. So those three specified categories of voting are permitted to be done by absentee, and the state coordinating committee shall make a rule for that. The state coordinating committee has had an invitation to promulgate a voting rule for absentee voting since 2018. No formal protocol has been advanced until just the other day. So it took the January 21 convention to really make clear what Natalie's ambition is. And Natalie's ambition is to ultimately extend absentee voting to business not specified. Business not specified is taken care of at convention, and that's exactly what happened. So Natalie is talking sideways about the rules, and the convention today needs to endorse that what we did on January 21st was good and proper, nothing wrong, and the support for Green Liberty stands. I think I'll close with this. What I think is really happening is an attempt to suppress the Green Liberty perspective. And I just want to pick up on Mariah's point. If Green Liberty was free to be fully self-expressed, we will grow the party. And that's being suppressed right now. So Chuck out.
Dan, brief comments, and then Sabrina, and then we need to figure out how to take care of this.
Okay, yes. Well, regarding the apparent claim by some people that the SCC has the right to just overrule everything, I believe that whatever Ken quoted mentioned state central committees. State central committees are exclusively a feature of the major parties. When it comes to the minor parties, the Secretary of State and even the courts have generally had a policy of non-interference, and those statutes that apply to the major party organization do not apply to us. I think that it is unarguable that the longstanding tradition and status quo and precedent in this party is that the conventions are the ultimate authority. It is deeply disturbing to me, and I think should be to everyone on this call, that anybody is claiming otherwise. As far as people being excluded from voting, our own bylaws exclude absentee voting from being done for anything but candidates, ballot initiatives, and SCC elections. Resolution was not about that, so it did not qualify. The convention decided that whether you agree or that was correct or not, it was what the convention decided. People dissatisfied with that should have come to this convention and said, oh, well, no, we had this problem with how the last convention was done. And instead, they simply assumed that they had the authority to overrule it, which again is unacceptable. To try to move this along, I'm going to propose that this convention, the supporting members at this convention, which again can't be done absentee because it is convention business, party business, move to reject those minutes that were written and affirm the result of the last convention.
Is there a second to that?
I second that.
Sabrina, did you have a brief comment or question on that?
I second that.
We have 2 seconds.
Yes, I second it too. I just want to say this is such an outrageous decision on the part of the SCC, and I think that we need to look for the process of disqualifying the members of the SCC because there's obvious corruption. It's so undemocratic and corrupted. Is there a process by which we seek to disqualify them?
There is in the bylaws, I believe.
Two-thirds vote.
We have a motion on the table and seconded. Dan, restate the decision.
That we reject the minutes of the last convention as they were written and that we affirm the result on Chuck's resolutions that occurred then.
Are you including the minute that was added post-convention by the SCC?
Yes.
Felipe, you have not spoken.
Yes, thank you. I'm kind of sad by what I'm hearing here. I came late to the party. I participated on the convention on the 21st January, and I was there. Seemed to me that today here, Natalie is the kind of had the voice of many other people that I don't see here today that kind of agree on the point that Natalie is making. I didn't vote to block the vote because I wasn't part of the SCC yet. But what I'm seeing here today, guys, is like a group of people that get against the person that is bringing the message, or a few more members that, again, I don't see here today, and then seen from here, from outside, seem like Natalie is the only person that had that opinion. It may be against the rule of the party. I don't know. I haven't read the whole thing. And seem like we're turning something that's supposed to be a simple solution, that supposed to have a simple solution, and we can be fixed into something major that can have consequences that may or not be good for the party. So I would suggest that we bring down the tone, because it seems like it's personal, we name and stop, and we bring down the tone and take a couple of breaths. And then when it's time to decide whatever we're going to decide, move on from there. That's all, kind of like a rethinking and trying to bring the tone down a little bit. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. 2 seconds. Philippe still has his hand up. Natalie has a hand up, but there are motions on the floor. I wanted to let Felipe weigh in. We've all, the rest of us have had a chance to speak. Those that want to.
Well, can you
Please restate, Dan.
Can I say something,
Should
Lori?
I write it down?
Yes.
If you would like to talk, Chuck, then Natalie also has the opportunity to speak again. Do
That's
we
fine.
want to move forward or continue the rabbit hole experience?
Okay, I just want to say to Felipe that he is new. He abstained from participating in the vote of the SEC on disenfranchising the January 21st convention. And you're observing that this is personal for people, Felipe, and this goes way back. So what we're doing is simply following rules, and we're sticking to the rules, and we're insisting on the rules to be followed. That's what this is. This is a process. This is all very healthy, Felipe. There's nothing bad happening today. No one has been mean. And there's a lot of people here. And the measure of people that are showing up today is a measure of interest and desire for the Green Party to be strong. Okay, so I don't think there's anything wrong. I think this is all very good. Chuck out.
Chuck, if you allow me, if some people already calling corrupt the people, the group on the SEC, I belong to that, and I felt like that person was calling me corrupt.
No, you-
Well, yes, but the convention was also called corrupt. Everybody at convention was called corrupt. So, and the presenters of the items were called corrupt. It's all corrupt.
I
You
didn't
know,
say corrupt.
Renato, go ahead. Oh, no, you said forced limited voting and disenfranchised and undemocratic processes, which,
Yeah, that's different.
and you indicated over and over in your comments that the people in charge of that vote were doing it on purpose. That implies
What's the
corruption,
purpose?
unstated but implied. But anyway, but it's the same thing. It's back and forth. Natalie, anything new to add, please?
Suzia wants to speak.
Suzia, go ahead.
No, I'm gonna take my hand down, but thanks anyway. I'm a member of the SEC also.
What I suggest is if the group proposing these resolutions really strongly believes them, send the voting for the resolutions to all supporting members. Because I don't see why you would be afraid of sending the resolutions to all supporting members if you think it's something that's important for the party.
It was already voted on.
May I respond to that, Lori? And
I'd like to finish this. I'd like to finish up with this item.
I've written down my motion, Lori. May I read it aloud and post it in chat?
Yes, please.
Okay, here it is in chat first. I move that we reject the post facto minutes of the January 21st convention regarding proposals by Chuck Fall, affirm the vote result, and strike the proposed revote from the agenda today.
And there were two previous seconds to that motion. Are there any friendly amendments?
Let's vote and record that keeping supporting members from voting on resolutions is basically
That's
keeping
exactly
people
what we
from
did
voting.
today. That's exactly what we did today.
Yeah, and you're keeping supporting members from having a say in running their party, which is
Then you have to
fundamentally
throw out today's
undemocratic.
decisions. Then you have to throw it out today too, because
Yep.
we voted on we voted on an initiative and it
There was
can't
consensus.
wording. It doesn't matter. It's
It does,
still
Lori.
a decision. No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it won't in the future. Believe me, this is a spider's web that you're going to get caught in.
You are gonna get caught in.
No,
Yes.
I'm caught
Let's
in.
vote. Let's vote. I'm gonna send, let's vote. I'm
Hey.
gonna create a poll and we can vote in support of Dan's proposal and against Dan's proposal. So
Let's just do a show of hands with people on the call.
it's too
because all
difficult.
the supporting members on the call
wait,
can-
wait.
can vote on
Chuck,
it.
you have a comment?
We're going to obviously have to take a vote. So Natalie just asked to include language that says that supporting members are being harmed by not being able to vote. I totally block what she just proposed. We have a motion, we have a second from what Dan just offered.
You are
And,
keeping supporting
and,
members from voting.
and the point is to affirm the January 21st convention. I am happy to use OPA to solicit a polling. We can use OPA to poll all the people that voted. I'm happy to do that with Green Party resolutions and to get additional feedback from our members. Jack Dresser has set up a very interesting poll that I'm very happy that we would solicit. But for right now, and I'm willing to do that, and I'm not opposed to getting input. What I want recognized is that January 21st convention was honorable, had integrity, and there was nothing wrong with it. There was absolutely nothing wrong. And then Natalie, stop.
You see the problem here, Chuck, is that you're being talked over
ballot.
by one of the party leaders who threw out the convention's minutes, who
Because
will
you
shut
guys-
down the facilitator. I will speak over it. You've had your turn. So
Noted.
you had a motion on the floor. It was very exact, reject the post. Either the people support it or they don't, and if they don't, they don't. And that's just that is Dan's proposal, but Chuck has a proposal on the table to revote on the green resolutions, and there you can weigh in.
No, I'm not, there is,
He wants to throw that out. If it fails, then you're.
no. Listen. All I said was the revote business is red herring. That's irrelevant at this
herring?
point. It's a
Well-
fake. The only thing that's relevant is to follow through on the motion to recognize that January 21st was a good convention event. Nothing wrong there. That's what, and that the finding of the convention in support of the resolutions is standing.
Okay, so we
SEC
have,
votes-
let's go ahead with the motion, which has been seconded by Mariah, Devin, and Chuck. All those in favor, we're not seeking consensus, that's obvious. So how do people want to proceed?
I'm
with
creating
straw
a
poll?
ballot.
Oh, okay. So are we going to do that aside and move on to the next item? How does this work in Opa vote?
We're not going to do this on OPA vote. There is no
No.
OPA vote voting today. There is, Lori, you asked for if there's a block, let someone block, ask if they, what it takes for them to abstain.
No,
Then
she's got a poll and I don't know how it works.
You are going to receive, or you should have received a message or a note to vote.
what's the, why are you asking polling?
Yeah,
You've already made a
that
decision on
entitled,
Dan's business.
yeah, that
To
entitled people
vote.
isn't gonna work.
We're already done with Dan's business. We just passed it by consensus.
No, it's because a block.
So what I'm gonna do is up or down it, and yeah, it's a majority. It's not anything to do with bylaws or anything. So
Point of
again,
order, this is Ken.
yeah, again, the SEC could throw this out.
Well, I just want to, I sent out a message because not everyone here is registered PGP. And part of the problem is I don't have people's names. Or the only way I was able to identify Charles Newland is when I saw his picture because he was putting in Chaz. Steve from Curry County, I don't know his last name. There's various problems here. So
Stephen Godakis, Ken, I sent you Lane's certification list privately in the chat, in a private DM.
I'm trying to verify his party membership. Okay. And that's what I'm looking at is the voter list. Send me a link to his name, his actual last name, so I can verify it. But I also sent out some other names as well.
You got Mark Leuthold misspelled. It's Leuthold.
Okay, I verified that one. Okay, but also T. McF, I have no idea who that is. Mike Gardner, I do not have him listed on the PGP list. Okay, and Zavi, XAVI, I do not have on the list. And so, that's part of the problem with verifying people at convention. Thank you.
Are we going to move forward now, Dan?
Yes, let's just do this by a simple show of hands of people that are on the call because it's not eligible for absentee. Anyone on the call can vote. Anyone who can't, and whoever doesn't understand our bylaws or thinks that they shouldn't count can, whatever. Let's just do it as we're supposed to. And
Tell people on the phone how to do it. They have to do *9, correct?
*9 is
all those in favor of the proposal, and I will have somebody read it again, reject the post facto minutes of, and the post facto meaning the additional minutes that were added after the convention on January 21st regarding proposals by Chuck Fall, affirm the vote result and strike the following agenda item from today, which is the proposed revote.
So basically, this is that it's okay to.
All
not
those in
vote
favor, no, there will be
supporting
no
members.
additional, that's not what it says.
That's what it is.
The,
That it was okay not
the
to. send
language
those
does not
others.
include your inflammatory comments. The language says to reject the post facto minutes of the January 21st convention regarding proposals by Chuck Fall, affirm the vote result, and strike the proposed revote from the agenda, today's agenda, because it
Which
will not be
means-
necessary.
Which means that it was okay not to send ballots to supporting members.
It wasn't necessary. It
That's
means
what it
that
is. Let's
it wasn't.
clarify.
No,
Hey,
what it's
Natalie,
doing
You're
is,
correct. You're correct, Natalie. People who were not at convention did not get to participate on the resolutions on January 21st.
And
That's
that amounted-
absolutely correct.
much
You're
like
100%
today's
correct.
meeting.
And that amounted to 1/3 of supporting members.
That's too bad. They didn't show up.
So we're just going to keep hijacking where we're going because we're not happy with it.
I'm not
And-
happy with undemocratic practices, no.
Neither am I. And I believe that that's what happened post facto. Once again, I will restate it so that everybody understands we're not anywhere else but reject the post facto minutes of the January 21st convention regarding proposals by, it would be the Green Liberty Caucus, affirm the vote result and strike the proposed revote from the agenda. The item has been seconded. Devin, I hope you got the 3 names of the people who seconded the proposal. And all those in favor signify by showing a hand.
So
Gotta
people
make sure
who are
that-
on their phone need to use the
Star
star.
9. And Devin, help me look at all the hands. And Dan too, since it's your item.
Did you guys leave your hand up or did you take your hand down? Leave your hand up.
All those in favor, make sure that you have a hand up.
Let's wait, to make sure that everyone can get through the
1, 2,
logistics.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I have 10 people in favor.
Can we add, not everyone who.
We're not
who
done
would
voting,
necessarily like
Natalie.
to vote
Yeah,
has
we're
voted.
not,
Keep
we
your
are
hands
giving
up, please,
people
until.
enough time. We've got people that have to
Let's
weigh
do a roll
in.
call, Lori.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Please,
Hey, Marv, are you in favor of this, Marv? Your hand's not raised. Okay,
We'll give
Marv is
every-
muted and he's not.
everybody will
able-
have the chance to get their hand raised, either yay or nay.
Okay, so Marv gives a hand clap.
Now watch, my hand will come down.
Yeah, only the raised hand won't go away.
You got to do the raised hand, not.
Yeah, use the other hand, Marv.
Okay.
And I see that Mariah hasn't had a chance to chime in yet. If she's on her phone, she's going to need to do star 9 to show that she's in support of this. I see the hands, interesting.
Anyone who is trying to vote but can't,
Stephen says his hand is up.
it's not, he says. that
Mariah
in the
has
chat.
the wrong hand up.
Hands keep going down for some reason. People are saying in the chat, both Mariah and Stephen raised their hand, but what is
You have
going
to
on
use
here?
the hand, not the wave.
Let's do, Lori,
Well,
let's do,
signify in chat too, if your hand is not showing and you don't see it.
Lori, for the meeting record, your hand is raised, right?
It could be. I don't have it raised.
Well, I think you should chime in. You're entitled to vote on this and you should vote.
Well, as the
You make your
facilitator of the
vote.
previous convention, I would say my hand's up.
Okay.
Okay, Mariah has a waved hand up.
That's good enough. Anybody else don't see their hand up, who's in favor, please signify in chat. It's okay to have a wave as long as there's a hand up and or say it in chat. And we're going to give you 10 more seconds to do so. Steven's hand is supposed to be up, Paige says, his battery's dying. So Devin and Dan, please have that.
Vote for
Are
those.
you
two
ready?
ones.
Is anybody counting? Did everybody get counted?
I have everyone written down.
Thank you, Devin. All those not in favor of this proposal, please take it down. Everybody put your hands down. Everybody hands off, hands off, hands off. We're still a bunch of people. Get rid of these hands first, so we can start fresh. And Jack too. All right. All those not in favor of this proposal, please raise your hand so that you may be counted. Or
And I know that Justin,
post in chat if you cannot raise your hand.
I know that Bob and Justin would be opposed to this.
They're not.
Absent.
I'm going to register their absentee vote.
There are no proxy votings.
Or let me just give them a call.
Natalie, you're being abusive.
We do have an abstention from the vote. We have one abstention from Amy. Please note that, Devin. Please signify, everyone who's here, please signify by raising your hand if you do not agree with this vote.
I can't raise my hand.
I couldn't raise mine either.
Okay, we got a note of it, Natalie. You oppose this. Got it.
Oh, it's not only me. It's not only me.
And
There's 4 people. Oh,
Devin has his hand up in opposition.
hold on. Oh, hold on a second. I have. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, now I can do that. Ken, you want to vote?
If you can't raise your hand, use chat or.
I voted to abstain.
Okay.
We have 2 abstentions, Ken and Amy.
Yeah. Well, people work, they cannot always come to Saturday conventions.
That's the way all conventions are. The people
Sorry,
make
which
it.
is
We know
why,
it.
we try to make it available for people.
Yeah,
to
we all are trying to do that.
But in a meeting when you just kind of like, no, those people are not going to vote.
Well,
Natalie-
if they're not here, you can't vote if you're not here and it's not on a
Receive an
ballot.
absentee vote, that's the whole point. Nice
Natalie.
job. Nice job.
Let's keep
How many
moving
people
with the
have we not
process.
heard from?
A lot.
We've heard from everyone except who isn't in this meeting. I have the abstain, the oppose, and the support.
Can I hear a report, please, Devin?
Tom,
Yes,
Tom is a member of the Democrats, I think he said earlier.
Okay. If you don't hear your name on here and you did, please let me know. Those in support, Chuck, Dan, Barbara, Mark, William, Sabrina, Paige, Charles, Jack, Susie, Stephen, Mariah. Did I miss anyone's name for support?
Yes, you miss Marvin.
Okay, thank you, Marvin. I'll get you down. Those abstaining are Amy and Ken. Did I miss anyone?
Yes, ask Felipe.
Okay. And those opposed are Natalie and Devin. Perfect. I have the roll.
Okay, thank you very much, convention. So now Green Liberty Caucus has been blessed from convention that our resolutions are reasonable. I will look forward to communicating media to the national on our endorsement of the Black National Caucus, on a request for a committee dedicated to accountability, and for the convention to also support the Black National Caucus resolutions. So what we just experienced was democracy, direct democracy of the Green Party. If Natalie doesn't like our voting process, then she gets to go to September with bylaws proposals to add a fourth category for resolutions. And I probably wouldn't oppose it, but we
I
don't
want to
have
make
a rule
sure
for that.
that we approve a manual that enshrines the vote
No,
capability
Not just a
voted
manual,
bylaws.
Natalie.
of
Let's do the
supporting
by,
members to
let's fix the
participate
bylaws,
in the
Natalie.
decisions.
Let's
Because
not
we
just do it in the
are
manual, not
Yeah.
just in the manual. Let's put it in the
okay,
bylaws.
In the bylaws.
Yes.
We'll make sure that people who support the party are able to vote and that they are not disenfranchised by a small group at a convention, because that's
Or
exactly
after.
what happened.
Or after. And Natalie, I would encourage the SCC, anybody that could have been brought forward as an opposition to the vote. It could have been discussed. I understand. We can beat stuff to death all day, and that's what happens. But let's clarify
Let's move on.
the bylaws.
Let's move on with the agenda.
Let's
Take a
clarify the
break,
bylaws.
And when we come back, we'll talk about the bills that are in the legislature that we
it'll
should
be-
focus on.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
I
Dan,
just
did you?
love this group, how it loves to take people away.
Yeah, anyway, so let's not make any more personal attacks. Thank you very much.
It's a statement of
Dan,
fact.
did you have another comment quick?
Yeah, just a quick add to what Chuck said about validating what the resolutions were about. I think what actually happened here today was validating the process. And I think it's important. And I hope that this doesn't become an issue again. Now, this was just, my connection is getting spotty, so I don't know if you can hear me, but this was just a resolution. And it's not something to get so worked up about. But the process, following our processes as they're supposed to be
I'm going to
followed by the
request
bylaws is.
that this group makes it a point that supporting members do have a right to vote on their issues.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. It needs to be in the
Perfect.
bylaws, so it's always clear. So Devin, would you, can we take 30 for lunch? Did you have something else you wanted to put in?
Absolutely. That's what I was just going to say. We should definitely do
Good.
that.
Yeah. So let's break briefly for lunch and come back renewed. Thank you, everybody, for weighing in on that. I wish it would have been done differently. And thank you for your patience and your fortitude. And this is consensus and decision-making and modified consensus.
Thank you, convention, very much. I appreciate you being there. And
We will see you back.
Yep. Okay.
So what do we got, Amy, on time? Let's call it 30.
All right, so we'll be back in 30 minutes.
At what time?
You said 30 minutes, so roughly 2:45. Is that what we want to do? So everybody can decompress a little bit?
Yep,
Have a
sounds
snack?
good.
All right, I'll see you all at 2:45.
I'm sorry about this whole thing.
It'll work out, Natalie.
Yeah, right.
Of course it will. It's all going to get fixed.
I just think that it's really amazing that people are okay with disenfranchising and supporting members, that's acceptable.
Well, but it's the way it's being interpreted. Remember that everybody has a different interpretation. That's why.
No, but that's what
why.
happened.
That's why you clarify
exactly what happened at the
That's why we're going to
Assembly.
Nancy.
That's exactly what happened.
Natalie,
And I find it astounding that that's acceptable behavior.
That's not what happened.
It is what
was
happened.
all done under the rule of law, as according to the party.
Using the rules to
Yeah,
disenfranchise
let's
a
take-
third of
no.
supporting members. Yes,
No, that's not why it was done. I was running the meeting. It's not why it was done.
you
There
read the
was no
meeting.
ill intent.
You were not the one in charge of, that vote or not. It
I
the
was right there
members.
with them. I was monitoring everything.
Yeah,
I saw
and
there was
you-
no ill will.
and the-
Look, we can agree, please, Natalie.
No,
you
I
said
don't
it over and
agree.
over. Let's agree
I
to
agree
disagree.
that
Let's
people
fix
voted.
it.
to
Let's fix it.
prevent 1/3 of supporting members from receiving a ballot. That's
No,
what,
that's not what would happen.
that is exactly.
No,
what was
those
voted on.
present at convention, this is the rule. Those present make the decision.
Exactly.
Those
And
not
the
present do
decision
not.
And the
One
decision
third of
was,
the members
the
did
decision
not
was,
get a ballot.
the
You
decision
have to
was-
understand, this is a circular argument, and it's a circular
What was
fine.
it?
Can I ask a question? You know, we used to have this credentialing concept for, you'd sign up for the convention and there was an expectation that you would be credentialed to vote. And
Yeah,
whatever
Ken-
happened to that?
That's still there. It's
Yeah, so
still
the
there.
thing, Marvin, is this, is that a lot of when I got involved in the party, none of these, procedures existed. And that's what has led to a lot of conflicts, because there's a lot of like loopholes, things that are not, like supporting members was not defined in any regulation or any bylaws. And so nobody knew what a supporting member or an auxiliary member or what their votes, whether they can vote or not. That's when I got involved in the party. There is a lot of things that were missing. So those are the pieces that we're putting together, right?
But if you signed up to.
Hold on. So that's, we've been through that process. The leadership to develop the convention manual fell through. It hasn't happened. I'm going to take it over and I'm going to make sure that
I had a convention manual when I was on the SCC. Did somebody
but it didn't
lose it?
define these things. It didn't
Did
define
somebody
these
lose it? Because
No,
we had a convention manual over 10 years ago.
Yeah, the thing is that over 10 years ago, there was no voting by, actually, it was not, some of the things were not defined in that convention manual. So
Can you agree that we're still on a learning curve and that mistakes have been made continually? And
Yes.
that you can't, how about some
Which is
trust?
exactly what I'm saying, that some
How
of
about
these
some
things
trust?
are still being developed and they're still being finalized, which is why we need to really finalize the convention manual. Regarding the
us some
credentialing-
grace?
Regarding the
Can you give us some
credentialing,
grace for that?
regarding the credentialing, one of the problems is that the database has not been properly updated, so it cannot be used to identify those supporting members. That's the next project that we're undertaking. So that the supporting
That's
members
hard.
need to be identified before the convention, like 2-3 weeks before the convention.
So many people, okay,
And-
so then you have the
and-
deadline. What
Yeah.
is it, 10 days? Is that even enough time?
Well, it hasn't really been defined. That's why, that's why the convention manual. But also one problem is that nobody has really taken ownership for a lot of these things. And that's when Suzia suggested that at the convention, we identify someone who is going to be responsible to make sure that all of the pieces are in place by certain deadlines. Which is, we're moving towards it. And so
Natalie,
when these things will be in place, the
Wouldn't the
convention will be pretty much
responsibility,
agreed.
Natalie, shouldn't the responsibility for being a credentialed voter be the responsibility of the voter and not the SEC or some committee or somebody reviewing? The voter should be the one responsible to be credentialed.
Well, the voter is, responsible for making sure that they're registered and that they do what they need to do. But we need to confirm that everybody who is going to vote is actually registered green, as a supporting member and things like that. I mean, that's on the credentialing committee on the internal part to make sure that the people who vote have actually the right to vote. So,
Okay, and if they don't get
problem is that,
credentialed, it's
Marvin,
not the SEC's responsibility.
it is.
or the-
Somebody has to look. Somebody has to verify. It's the verification process, Marvin, that needs to happen. Somebody needs to verify that people who vote have actually the right to vote. That not everybody who's just coming from the street can say, "Oh, I'm a green, I can vote." Right? Somebody needs to verify that. It needs to happen before the convention. The problem is that nobody has really been taking responsibility for that task.
Yeah,
That's why
okay, well, so they screw up. So this committee, this credentialing committee screws up.
Yeah,
Whose
Chuck is
responsibility?
responsible.
Wait a
Ask
minute,
Chuck.
let me finish. Whose responsibility is it? This committee or the voter? It's the voter's
Marvin, you're confusing two
responsibility.
things. You're
It's the
confusing two
voter's
things.
responsibility to see that they are credentialed and show up or not show up, get an email. It's their responsibility, not
Marvin-
some committee's
Marvin,
responsibility.
and who verifies that that credential is correct?
The voter's responsible to see that they are
Okay, and,
adequate.
and if somebody can just come in and lie, who's going to verify that?
Well, that's, I don't know.
Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. Somebody needs to verify that people are not lying or, pretending that they're a supporting member.
Okay, I don't see what does that have to do with a credentialed member?
That's exactly the process of credentialing. It's verifying that people are not being imposters, liars, whatever you wanted. It sounds, or maybe don't even know how to, that they need to be registered green for 2 years, right?
Okay, well, yeah,
Maybe
might be
they
a good
registered
point.
yesterday.
Maybe a committee,
Okay.
maybe a committee is responsible to find the liar. But
Exactly.
the voter,
That's
the voter is,
exactly.
the
That's
voter,
exactly the
all
crux.
right, I
That's
give up,
exactly
I
the
give up.
problem. That's exactly the problem.
Okay,
Okay,
all right,
and the thing is
sorry.
and the thing is that it involves more than one step, making sure that they're registered, making sure that they're registered for 2 years, making sure that they are supporting members, making sure that the, local has verified them, whatever. So there are several steps, right? Normally, if we had a really good database that was updated, we could do that with the database and keep that current in the database. The problem is that the database has not been updated or kept current for years. It's a kind of a whole project. It turns out that in the past couple of weeks, we hired someone that's going to help us put these things together, update the database, make it more functional. And Suzia made a really good suggestion that not only do we confirm what are the dates for the upcoming conventions, but that somebody is made responsible for each convention. Because so that person is going to be responsible for making sure that the website is created, that the event on social medias is created, that the email blasts are sent, that the notices to the local authorities are sent, that the credentialing, that all of these things. There's like several steps that need to happen for the convention to happen successfully. Because nobody has been taken ownership or made responsible for that, guess who has been doing the lion's share of the work? Me. Even when people say, yeah, I will work on that, it didn't get done. Like somebody took charge of drawing the agenda for today. That agenda was not done. I had to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning.
The agenda was done. It wasn't filled in with detail. It was done because I talked about it on Friday. I really don't like this. There's always throwing and casting aspersions. Look, I know you
Lori, let me just mention something.
do too much work.
You
Chuck and I were working on the agenda. I had no more details. You have the details. If you don't get details on items, how can we put them in?
Lori, at the steering committee over a week ago, somebody said, yes, I will put the times, I will organize it so that the thing flows, I will do that.
There was times and it was flowing.
There was no times because
there was times. Marv, I had the agenda on Friday.
Only one item on the front and the top, two had some time. But the
there
rest
was times there. I already looked
at
it.
Lori, do you want me to show you the document and the log of one of these times?
I already copied it. I copied it on Friday. I have it on print paper.
Well, print it, but look further down because the times, the items, below don't have a time.
There was times, but there was no detail because nobody had detail to put in, and you had a lot more. You had a lot more of what was being discussed.
I really hate to argue with you.
Yeah, I know because it's circular every time.
Let me just mention.
You're doing too much, Natalie. I know that.
I know I'm doing too much, which is now why we're going to identify a person, and that person is going to be responsible. And they're going to create a small team, and we're going to have it done by a team.
You know how many years we've tried to do this? You know how many years we tried to do this? It always falls back in one person's lap.
It's not. We have now increasing number of people taking charge. You may not see it, but we do.
I do see it, and I see delegation happening, and which is fine, and you need it.
So,
You need
yes,
it.
so that agenda that you saw on Friday is what I created 2 weeks ago. Because when I looked at it this morning, it was the exact same thing that I created 2 weeks ago.
Right, because there was no meat, and I saw you filling stuff in.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, that was not, somebody was going to do it. It didn't get done, which is fine. That's that's volunteer work. But it's also because nobody is made responsible for it. Like if somebody is responsible and then they can follow the, on this date I need to do this, on this date I need to do this, on this date I need to do this, it's gonna get done.
Yeah, well,
It's just that right now
technically,
that's not there yet.
technically, I'm supposed to be a part of it, but I'm not furnished with the meat of I don't have stuff to put in.
Let me show
So
you.
how
the
can I be
convention.
responsible for it?
Well, let me just show you. Let me just show you one of the things that we're working on, which is why I'm going to take over the putting of the convention manual. This is a table, an index table for the convention manual. Guess who did it? I did it, right? But for example, convention planner. I put all of those links so we can look at it really quickly. Convention planner. These are things that I put in back in December. Like if you look February, some of them, some are from February, but some of these things are from like December, right? So this has not been done. I'm going to take it over. I'm going to finish it. And it's going to include this because these dates are not workable. Some of these don't work. And so I'm going to do this. I'm going to organize it by deadline so that somebody can just follow, oh, 60 days prior, I need to do this. 30 days prior, I need to do this, to organize it. So this planner, which has not been finalized, is going to be able to, it's going to be used or can be used to organize a convention. It hasn't been finalized. That's my frustration with the people who have offered to create this manual, is that it hasn't been completed.
I know, I understand what you're saying, but you have to understand the way it comes across. It's all volunteer. And I know that it's volunteer, and I know that you're not blaming, but it totally comes across as blaming. And then
yes,
taking
it's frustrating.
and then taking self-credit. But I know you're not intending for it to be that way. I know that you're trying to
just that
say,
it's the reality.
I have to do all this because nobody else is doing it. I get that. I used to be in your shoes years and years ago.
So once this manual is finished, and I'm going to take it over, I'm going to bump up the leadership and
get it done and get it out. Yeah,
exactly. So it's gonna be done over the next 3 weeks. This is going to be approved, done, set, so that we can use it for the next convention and avoid this problem. We hired Starlene. The database is going to be rehauled over the next 2 months, completely rehauled, so that we can just click a few buttons and poof comes the list of
support. It'll be a lot easier to
produce. So it's going to get done. Next.
So Marvin, what was the word that was used? Not vetting voters, but what, Marvin?
Natalie, can I make a point? Just this point I want to make, Natalie. Would you hit your mute button while I make this point so we don't talk at one another? Just mute your.
I'm muted.
Mute your microphone now so that I can make this point. It'll only take 15 seconds.
Go ahead.
Okay, here we have this convention right now with 26 people or however many were here. That should be, we should look at what's here now and encourage those people to do whatever it is they want to do. Listen to what they want to do and encourage them to do it. I mean, that is what that's the core of participatory democracy. And we had a very highly motivated group of people here for an hour. They should have been encouraged to accomplish and maybe the vote goes left, maybe it goes right, maybe it explodes, but that should be encouraged with what's here now. Not trying to get people to call people up and get them. You got motivated people here now, and they should be encouraged. So anyway, that's my point.
Yeah, you know, the problem, Marv, is that a lot of people have been, we have received quite a few complaints of bullying and of people being like removed from groups, like talked down to, really bullied. And so a lot of, and also a lot of people are just tired of the same arguments over the COVID thing. And that's why they're not participating. That's why we need to move. Who fucking cares about the resolutions? Nothing is going to happen from those resolutions, to tell you the truth. But what I find, so let's move on. Let's really do the actual work, which is to run candidates, look at the bills that we need to focus on. Let's do the work that really needs to be done. The conventions and the database are going to be solved in the next 2 months, because that's the next big thing. And after that, the next big thing, Lori, that's on the agenda is to develop a strategic plan to fundraise effectively and hire an organizer.
We've got.
That's what's going to happen the next year.
So let me see, like, what happened to Emma? We've got Wage Peace Coalition at 1:30.
Yeah, well, Emma could not do it today. I'm just going to update people about that.
So, and then we have a legislative session review. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You're talking about that's where this is?
Hold on, where am I? Where? Yeah, but you know what? I think that this is what I have for the agenda. Oh, sorry. So we're regrouping at what time?
Oh, didn't she say a quarter? Let's see, it's already 2 o'clock.
1:45?
Well, it's 2 o'clock now.
She said 2:15, but we can call to order now. I think everyone's back except Dan.
Well, let's give people some time to decompress. It's been a long day. We're not doing OPA votes, so that you might as well take that off. So you did speak about the convention manual. We have talked a little bit. We've talked, we've gone over some database update stuff. Did you still want to hit?
No, that's you're looking at I don't know what you're looking at. So
I'm looking at, do I have to refresh it? I'm looking at the draft convention that you were typing on.
You need to refresh, because that's what we talked about, what we've been talking about.
The conventions manual and database are still there, but you're typing right now. I mean, I can see the changes.
That was part of the Liberty Caucus resolutions.
Well, yeah, right. I meant that was your item, update on conventions manual and database update.
I talked about it, so you can.
Okay, that's what I thought. I wanted to make sure that your item was dealt with properly. So we're taking out you're going to do an update on Wage Peace Coalition then?
Yeah.
Okay, and that'll be 5 minutes.
I need to take a break. I need to take a break.
Yeah, you do. But yeah, I mean, if I could change the agenda, I would, but I can't sign in, so I can't. I can't remember my my password. So we've got legislative session review. Okay.
I go over there twice a week to the.
Oh, do you?
I live just a few blocks from there. I
Yeah.
stop in, I got a scooter there's scooter parking right by the main entrance. So I
Nice.
get to park for free and drop right in. Now the police and their new security check know me, so I get through that very quickly.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I check on but so many of these medical freedom bills are already in rules, which is when a Senate bill or a House bill goes to the Rules Committee, that's where they go to die. So
generally,
yeah, we've already seen several go to rules before being assigned to Well, no, they get assigned to a committee and then they're shunted to rules right away before.
I thought they went to die in committee. So they go to the committee so the committee can send them to the death row in the rules.
Yeah, that's what that's how the committee gets them off of their desk. They send them to rules. That's where it disappears. So, yeah, it's kind of fun watching this process. There's so many new people there now that, are learning the rules of the road. So it's, the legislature really gets run by the entrenched committee chairs, rules and ways and means, and the lobbying, the big money lobbyists who tell the committee chairs
how the wind blows. Yeah.
Yeah, what they want to go to the floor. And yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, it's the older I get, the more disenfranchised I am with this whole democratic process. I mean, you look what happens here just with 26.
It's not really democratic at all. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, I don't like the word democratic. I think it's all pretty shameful these days. I think it's more fascistic democratic, but
and you watch this just in this process here with 26 or 28 people.
A very small group of people. Yeah. And you can see how acrimonious it can get right away if you disagree. You have to, that's why I really worked hard for consensus a long time ago, so that people would understand the process at least, and not just ramrod over everybody into Robert's rules.
Yeah.
Because that's when I joined the Greens in '96, that's exactly how they ran their meetings. They do a quick test for consensus and ramrod whatever decision they wanted to make. And it was always majority rule. And we did our best. I mean, we even had a professional consensus facilitator come in from the Alpha Farm, Carolyn Estes project, to train everybody. And I took over facilitation to try to keep it there, because it's too easy to, well, we all don't agree, so let's just shut out almost half of the people.
You do a very good job too. Yeah, you do. You keep yourself.
I tried to stay a little bit.
Yeah, Lori, one thing I've noticed about these Zooms, which is very good for me, is pushing this mute button. I hit that button and it forces me to listen. What's that other person saying? I can't hear what the other person's saying until I hit my mute button. And then I begin to listen.
Yes, this is true.
Yeah, I see that little red flag. I go, well, that's going to get over my mouth.
It's not my turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amen to your use of the word democratic and the way it's being used in this society. I really appreciate that.
Oh, you mean fascistic?
Well, yeah, but see, that makes people uncomfortable. So they'd rather just delude themselves that we actually have a democracy.
Yeah, pretend that there's a democracy. We have a republic, and if it's not a constitutional republic, it's a fascist dictatorship. I think that's where we've gone.
Who's? Yeah, it's just a dictatorship that's cleaned up and that wears a three-piece suit.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Is that Mike or Tom talking?
It's Mark.
Mark.
Oh,
Okay.
Mark Lutzold.
Should we
Is it 2:15?
Oh no, a few more minutes.
Yeah, we're just yawn.
We got like a couple of new people I haven't met here, Tom and Mike, and since we're in a break, if they're on the call, we didn't go through the often ritual of everyone introducing themselves before starting.
Yeah, we had to dispense with a lot of the fun items.
Are you folks on the call? Mike or Tom? Or can you chat? Because we haven't, I haven't met you.
Mike raised his hand.
Okay, well, he's on the, yeah, he's on the phone and on the internet. So I guess he's using a voice over the phone connection because of only being able to, or not having audio on his computer, maybe. Hello, Mike. Glad to meet you. Oh, maybe he
Hello,
wants
how
to be
you
unmuted.
doing?
Hey, what's
Hello,
up?
no, hi, how you doing?
Good,
Hey,
how are you?
can you hear me?
Uh-huh,
Oh, doing
can.
good, man. How you doing?
excellent.
Yeah, the microphone on my computer doesn't work, but I'm watching stuff and I'm keeping up with everything. You're from the Oregon Physicians of Social Responsibility?
Me?
Or I saw something on the screen here about Oregon Physicians for Social Responsibility.
That's Natalie's screen.
Oh, okay. Well, I was
Yes,
just saying,
I'm actually trying to pull all of the bills that I have been identifying, and I do work with the Physicians for Social Responsibility.
Oh, great. Yeah. Gosh, several years ago, I did a 3-day tour at Hanford with those guys, and it was just fabulous.
The nuclear power facility or the waste facility?
Oh, yeah. And about how their attempts at cleanup and everything, and, basically whitewashing and trying to, get public opinion to, back to, or towards more nuclear power. In fact, I guess they're trying to get Oregon back to nuclear power. They want to go ahead and reverse our I think there's a new measure up about trying to get rescind the our order to not allow new nuclear plants here. So that should be coming up soon, I think.
Yeah, that was
So-
that's one of the bills that we're following.
Well,
Oh,
you want
by
to
the
tell us
way,
about
I just
yourself,
want to
Mike?
say,
Here's your
well,
chance.
by the way, I'm not a member of the Pacific Green Party. I'm not really loyal to any party or any candidate. I vote for specific candidates and specific measures. But I've been following you guys for a long time. Actually, I was a Nader Raider back in the late '70s. So, I support the policies and the platform of the Green Party and the candidates. So, but like I say, I'm not registered. So I've already wrote in the chat that I am abstaining from any voting today in this meeting because I know that's been highly contentious here in the last hour or so.
Hey, can I make a remark while Natalie's looking for legislation? Let me see, Mike or whoever just talked about not being registered. Take the plunge, register green. What's holding you back? Is there anything that great out there?
Really?
I'm
sorry, what? What's holding me back?
Yeah.
Well, right now I think we're making a real difference in Clackamas County in getting more progressives in the Democratic Party. I mean, I'm still registered Democrat and I'm an SCC delegate. We've got the DPO SCC coming up, on the 26th, and I'll be a voting member. And I will be really, I'm one of those radicals. I'm one of the guys they don't like to see it in there because I'm pushing everything that the Green Party pushes because, the anti-corporate, the, stuff. And I think we need to have people in the belly of the beast, trying to work from within. So, you know, as long as I can still make an impact there, I think I should still do that. As soon as I can't make an impact, as soon as I give up hope there, and well, really, as soon as we get, I guess, ranked choice voting and open up our elections to third, fourth, fifth, sixth parties and stuff, that'll make a big difference. But right now, the duopoly rules everything, and every other party is great, but there's just no shot because of the money involved in politics.
Okay.
Oh, and
let me
by the
just-
way, Devin, hi. Nice to see you, Devin. We voted
Hi,
for
man.
Patrick Stearns in the primaries.
Okay, I'll just close my remark by making an observation. So basically, the Green Liberty Caucus is in solidarity with the Children's Health Defense 5,000 Voices legislative campaign. I haven't asked Natalie to feature any of this on our website, but it's there. And we are, within the Green Liberty Caucus, we are in favor of medical freedom. And I distinguish that as medical freedom from big pharma, medical establishment complex. And so we are divided within the Green Party over should COVID vaccine be outlawed, for example. And if Seth had voted at the Green resolutions, then outlawing the COVID vax would have been a 50-50. So Green Liberty is not going to make any claims that there's a majority feels one way or the other about outlawing that. But I just want to let you know that there are those of us who feel confident that Children's Health Defense is a good organization, has integrity, is not dispensing disinformation, and is worthy of paying attention to their reports. And they have some good measures that protect civil liberties from the medical industrial complex and domination by a weird insinuation of federal agency through the pharmaceutical industry into governing doctors' practice. And doctors have been harmed trying to treat people for COVID infections. So
Hey,
I want to put Chuck
new
out.
numbers were posted yesterday, or the Pacific Green Party has 7853 for March. That we've got 4 new registered voters
Yay.
this month, so.
Yay.
We're that much bigger. Hey,
Yeah.
on that note,
Ginormous.
on that note, I'd like to reconvene the meeting.
Can we listen to, okay, Damon seemed like he wrote down his hand. Devin was waiting patiently.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that we should wrap it up because we need to reconvene.
Perfect. Good point.
Mariah, did you have something too? Because I think you just posted about Ralph Nader's paper, and I'm pretty sure that's what you were.
Yes, I just wanted to say that. Also check out Oregon State University's nuclear program. And they have a nuclear development program there. And there's no doubt in my mind that with these current distractions, and I'm going to call it that, to do away with natural gas totally, eventually, that they're going to try to replace it with nuclear powered electricity. So yeah, please check out the OSU's nuclear program. Just you can just Google for that. And it's pretty horrifying to me to think that they're trying to get rid of these restrictions on it when we're not looking. We're not looking ahead at what's coming down the pike. Okay, that's it. I'm sorry, that was my little.
And I was going to say something to Mike before, and I just want to say, Mike, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are great big clubs. What do you think would happen if all the people who felt the way you do decided to join us little tiny parties? Oh, those big clubs would start getting nervous, wouldn't they?
All about the head count. So we need to reconvene. I've got other people wanting to chat. We really didn't get to do any opening stuff like we had intended to because there was a pretty full agenda. We still have our legislative stuff to get through. Mike, did you have another brief comment, or Jack? How about Jack? Did you have a brief comment?
Yeah, I wanted to just add to both Mariah and Susie. Regarding the nuclear reactors, OSU has had a nuclear program for probably at least a dozen years that I know of, developing these little, small, almost refrigerator size nuclear power plants for neighborhoods. And I've testified up at Hanford several times regarding the disaster up there. The fact that nobody yet to this day knows how to get rid of nuclear waste. It remains radioactive to some degree. For depleted uranium is used by the DoD to penetrate armor. We have spread radioactivity that has a 4.5 billion year half-life all over the Middle East. And now the OSU is participating in a project to bring nuclear waste to every neighborhood in America. Now, we're really going to have a NIMBY problem there. Whose backyard does this stuff get buried in? The fact is, nobody wants this waste. Yucca Mountain doesn't want it anymore. They're talking about even burying it in the Carlsbad Caverns, and probably the Oregon Caves. I mean, it's just bizarre. And the Department of Energy is not really the Department of Energy. It's the Department of Nuclear Energy. I think something well over 90% of their budget goes to nuclear, creating it, disposing of it, arguing about it, lobbying about it. And it is so dangerous that they can't get any private industry to invest in it. So it has to be government sponsored.
Thank you, Jack. Yeah.
We're gonna shoot it into space.
Yeah, that's right. That's another idea they have.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
Yeah.
Super comforting.
Let's
Hey,
go.
so,
Go back.
yeah, I wish there was a quick cure to that. Legislative session review. We've got how bills are passed and how to follow bills.
So I'm going to, let me see if I can, let me see if you can see this. Let me see if I can. Okay. So there, give me just a second, because I was,
Yeah, it's still too small to see on our screen.
yeah, just because I was, which was, okay. I'm sorry, I just lost what I was going to share. Okay, hold on.
You could tell us what it represents.
There is
So much time.
CIA document. CIA document. We gotta put a link to the CIA document. This is exactly what she does.
CIA.
Hey, Mariah, you need to mute yourself.
We've got people.
Anyways, I was going to show like a timeline of bills. I think I actually shared it on Facebook through on Facebook. Give me just a second, okay? Because I'm pretty sure I can find it, but
While she's looking, is there something there? We have Mike, Chuck, and Mariah have hands up, but is it about the
Well,
time?
let me just make a remark while Natalie's looking for the list. And I want to make an observation that a majority of members of the Green Party, I think, follow the precautionary principle and would probably, by a good almost 2/3 majority, say that there should be no mandate for a COVID vaccine in the state of Oregon. I understand some people don't want to say don't let it outlaw it, but I think we are probably in consensus that any legislation that is that preserves civil liberty, informed consent, initiated with limit the power of our governor to carry out an extended emergency should be included, because Natalie's going to share a list of legislations which are basically progressive. I think things the Democratic Party's probably behind and supporting, but I would like some acknowledgement that we don't have to represent the whole Green Party, but we could, the Green Party should represent that Green Liberty Caucus chapter is in solidarity with restrictions, I don't know how we want to frame it, but in solidarity with Children's Health Defense. And I posted a link and they have some good legislation. And I don't think we should shy away from featuring them, especially the ones that preserve the doctor-patient relationship, the doctor's right to prescribe pharmaceutical without judgment from the pharma oversight boards and so on. So check out, just something to think about.
Mike, did you have another comment since we're vacillating, waiting for some sort of documentation?
Oh, here it is.
Yes. I just wanted to say that I did post a link for the trailer for Atomic Bamboozle. That's Jan Haken's film that's previewing tomorrow night at the Cinema 21. And if anybody wants to go see that, this is really something that I think is really important for people to see, because again, as been stated before, the small modular reactors is bullshit, quite frankly. So anyway, thanks.
Thanks, Mike. I don't see it in the chat, but
I have
post it again. So
it's
Natalie, you got something.
So what I wanted to show is I have this graphic, I just couldn't find it, but I'm gonna so let me just go back. With Felipe, we have created a page where we're gonna try to keep track of a lot of these bills that we're supporting. And we're gonna put information, including this information, oh my goodness. Just lost it again. Here, this infographic that lists, first chamber deadline, bills need to be scheduled for work session. First, the deadlines on that to ensure to pass bills. So that we can better keep track of that and do that also for the future, right? For future legislative sessions. And one of the ways that you can look what's going on with legislation is you can go to the legislature and search for bills, and it will bring you into the bills, and then you can actually look for public hearings when there are public meetings scheduled, and you can also subscribe to updates on certain bills. So that information, Felipe already added some of that in, some of this page that we're going to be fleshing out. We can also add a blog to this page. So some of these action items that we're calling for action can go to the front page. I did a list of the bills that were flagged to us. And we're going to make, again, what we need to do in terms of volunteer activity is have some people take, okay, I'll take these bills or I'll take these bills, and keep us informed when the party needs to send a testimony or not. Regarding some of these bills, we've already sent a testimony on behalf of the party, particularly the moratorium on to stop factory farms, the support for interpretation for indigenous languages. I think that was a party one. I may not have been interested in a personal one. But some of these bills, we have already sent our testimony as a party, which is, I think, really important to increase our visibility in front of allied organizations. And so these are some of the bills. We're going to be fleshing out this page that we started. Some of these bills we already testified, like, for example, this bill there is a bill to do away with requirements that a repository for nuclear waste be found before any new or expanding nuclear facilities are licensed in the state. And we are opposing it. There's a lot of people opposing it. We wrote a testimony for the party. So that's, you know, we need to follow that bill closely because there's a lot of vested interests in it. I'm going to upload this. There's, I don't know if you want to go through all of the bills, but the one that's upcoming where we need to send a testimony is this ranked choice voting bill. The testimony is due, I think, on the 16th. What I'm going to do is on this spreadsheet, I'm going to, you know, keep track of when our, you know, when we send testimony or when testimony is due. But the next one that we need to send something is this one, the ranked choice voting bill. And also there is another bill that's coming up. There is one on
The farm bill is up, isn't it?
farm bill. There is a bill, I can't remember the name, okay, this one. The moratorium on factory farms is coming up as well. So these two we should be keeping track of. And then I need someone, you know, I need more people to take on some of these bills and see when things need to be done. Like if we need to contact the legislators or send testimony or show up at a testimony. So that was basically, and you know, the thing is I had to work on the agenda this morning, so I wasn't able to flesh this out. But you know, this is something, the legislative session ends in June. So now we're really kicking into big force. In terms of campaign finance reform, we're actually keeping the legislature from passing a bad bill. There are some bills that were proposed by Rayfield. I think it's HB 2005 or something like that. Campaign finance reform bills. And I think that there are being placeholders that are going to, for bills that are going to be changed later. They're going to change the text, but we need to make sure that these don't pass because they're probably going to have a lot of loopholes. So these two bills are super important. They're for public defenders. And what that's where what I've been doing is in the groups IO, I've been sending announcements of when certain testimony is done. If we could just, if somebody writes testimony, just send it to that list so we can use it as a basis to draft the testimony for the state. Because we can send testimony as individuals and also as a party, which would be much more powerful.
Does anybody has anybody provided any commentary on that, on the public defenders bill yet?
I believe I have, but not just as myself.
Well, it would be great if you could share it. The work that needs to be done on these bills is to actually see where they are at now and make sure that we participate, that we don't miss deadlines. Devin, you want to speak on the bills that you're sponsoring or helping sponsor?
The only one that I'm like specifically sponsoring is HJR 20 and House Bill 2004. Those are the two bills that I brought to the legislature that need to be dealt with. So those are the ones that I'm directly working on as the legislative advocate and writer. And then there's a whole darn list of things that I support, but I'm not the sponsor for. House Bill 2004, I believe, is the rank. Yeah, it is the ranked choice voting.
Yeah, and I think the testimony is due this week. So if we could all write testimony for this, that would be great. What we're going to do is draft something for the state. And I think the moratorium on factory farms is actually, their testimonies, I think, this coming Tuesday. do you know where the bills for pay parity and support for increased public defenders is? Pat,
I can look.
would you mind looking? Because this, I think, in terms of the party, is probably one of the bills which are probably the more important ones.
The state is really the one that really screwed up on the way they organize paying for indigent defense. They have just made a nightmare out of it.
Yeah, these are really, really important. And so something to understand for the increased parity for public defenders is that there's 3 parts to this bill. One is to forgive student loans for people who go into public defense, so as to motivate more people to become public defenders, because the money hasn't been there and the caseload is very high. People are like not motivated to take public defense. So by motivating people to go into public defense, it will increase the lawyers who do public defense and decrease the workload. So decreasing workload is really important. The other one is to increase the pay for public defenders, because the public defenders receive so little money compared to prosecutors that there's very little incentive to provide defense. And as a result, people are lingering in jails and people have to release because the time has lapsed for them to be heard in court. I mean, it's terrible. But to do that, there is something structural that prevents that from happening. So they're going to create a new division, and I cannot remember, under another department, and have the public defenders be covered by that other department, so they can increase the pay for public defenders through this other department. So those are the 3 parts of that of those 2 bills, and they're like incredibly important. These bills here are bills related to housing, and again, they just cap basically there are several provisions. One is to have a good market data, rental market data, so we can keep track of, so that we can keep track of availability and demand for housing, etc. One that will, right now, if somebody is late paying their rent, even if they come up with the money within 10 days, the landlord can say that you're too late, you're just evicted, right? So it creates a time frame of about 10 days to allow people who are late on their payment to be able to give payment before being evicted. I think it's 10 days. And this one, there are some loopholes where, for example, if you have a new building, you're not prevented from increasing your rates year to year, like all of the other renters, for 15 years. So for the first 15 years in the life of a building, you can increase rents as much as you want. This bill shortens that to 3 years. So for the first 3 years of the building, you cannot increase the rate by as much as you want. But then afterwards, you have to abide by the regulations on the market, which means all of these are basically to prevent homelessness. There are several democracy and nonviolence bills that are on the that are being considered.
Oh, hang on to that thought now. Devin had something. He might be giving information on the previous bills.
Yeah, go ahead, Devin.
Natalie, Senate Bill 413 is not open yet, so I don't know when testimony will be for there. But Senate Bill 817, their hearing is on the, let me look again. It is on the 14th, and so you can submit testimony now.
Oh, these are like so important, guys. Like, I beg you to please look them up and send testimony. Like, seriously, this is like a Jim Crow type injustice that's in our system. So SB 413 not scheduled yet.
Correct.
Okay.
Are the ones in red are those the ones that we aren't supporting, or we
I'm suggesting to support all of these.
Okay, cool.
And so 413 not scheduled yet, and SB SB 817, scheduled for March 14. Okay, that one is going to be like really, oh, shoot. That's going to, this one, you know, if we can show up, we will be getting little stars. You know what we can do is by Monday evening, I'm going to upload this and I'm going to share it in the minutes of the meeting. And let me just show you. So from our web page, if you go to what are we going to do? Yeah, if we go to campaigns, you can go to legislative session endorsed bills. I'm going to post a link there. But I also, like, if you go to events, like for example, past events, you will have a link to the previous conventions and the previous events. I'm going to post it here on the event for the March 11 convention. I'm going to add, it's going to be on the agenda, but I'm going to try to add it on the page directly. Like this spreadsheet where bills are being heard, when action is needed, et cetera, so we can keep it live and be proactive with these bills, because this is where we can really show up for the community and be visible. Anybody has, Devin, you have something else? Okay. If you want to look into some of these other bills, you know, while I present them, I'll be more than glad to do so. I mean, it would be great if you could, you know, if you can just, if anybody's interested in these, share where the bill is. This is the other one that I find really important for the party. And it's basically to allocate, so there is a big concern that journalism rooms are being defunded and that journalists are no longer present in the community. Very recently, there was a newspaper, I think in the Ashland area or in Josephine County, or Roseburg, something like that, which they couldn't afford to run a paper anymore. So that entire community has no local journalism, no journalism to cover local county elections, local affairs, emergencies, or anything. It's gone. And so this would allocate, I think that this bill allocates some money to support like a network to fund local journalism, which I think is really important for democracy. So, I mean, if we can look, Devin, would you be able to look at where this bill is at? This is, let me just remember, because I read the bill, but I can't remember the specific details.
That bill, Natalie, that you have highlighted, sorry, my computer was being weird.
No problem. Yeah, 2605.
Okay.
This one, it was something about liability, and I'll have to look again. I'll have to look at the bill details. It's basically more like transparency, and I can't remember the exact terms of the bill. The Bike to Bus bill is allocating funds that would be normally would go to bus to also support biking to school on along bus routes. Okay.
The Protect Local Journalism Act already had its hearing, and so did the Bike Bus bill.
So which one?
House Bill 2605 already heard, and House Bill 3014 also already heard.
Yeah, I remember that one was already heard. Do you know when the next step is? Is our next meeting or next step listed?
I don't. Neither of them have. The committees haven't opened a work session to vote on those bills yet, and I don't know when that work session will be open.
Yeah. So this bill is This is the one that I was mentioning to lift. This is a bill that would lift restrictions that a repository for nuclear waste be identified before allowing licenses in Oregon. I think the testimony was already heard and we already submitted testimony for this. as a party. This one also, these two bills are actually promoted by Next Up, which is an organization of young BIPOC leadership. And they tend to be an organization that really is pushing to expand voting rights and access to voting in the community. And it's really, I mean, I want to hook up with the organization, but being old, I'd rather have it a younger, I'd rather have a younger person be the contact. But there are you familiar with Next Up, Devin?
I am, yeah. My organization and Next Up are partnering for House Bill 20. I mean, a House Joint Resolution 20.
Did you know about these two bills, the 2107 and 606?
Yes, I do.
Do you want to speak to them?
20, say that again?
Do you want to speak to them?
How do you mean?
Speak about them.
Oh, yeah, of course. So 2107 is so basically if you go to the Oregon Health Authority for like any sort of documentation process or whatever, it's just like how when you go to the DMV, they'll ask if you want to register to vote. So now if you go to the Oregon Health Authority, any office there, they'll ask you if you want to register to vote. So that extends that automatic voter registration system to OHA.
That's perfect. I would be super in support of that. Do you know, and they've been already heard?
It has already been heard. Also no work session scheduled, so we don't know what the outcome will be.
And do you know about this Nonprofit or Modernization Act?
It sounds familiar. Let me pull it up right now.
So in the meantime, again, let me just give everybody like an update on campaign finance reform. So we had petition drives ready so Oregon voted to allow campaign finance reform by amending the Constitution in 2020 with Measure 107 that specifically allows the state to regulate financing of campaigns, money going into campaigns. The legislature didn't come to any agreement, do anything the first go around. And so honest election related groups drafted petition drives, initiatives, and we're getting ready to do the petition drive, and the Secretary of State invalidated those petitions on a technicality. Since then, we've been negotiating, and those were negotiated extensively with union, nonprofit organizations, 501c4s, like extensive negotiation. It was basically scuttled. So this time around, we are resubmitting those petitions improved. And we are most likely going to succeed putting them in the ballot. What we now are trying to do very specifically is work with legislators and identify those legislators who would block passage of a bill that would be actually a sham campaign finance reform bill, like allowing loopholes so big that it would totally invalidate the purpose and spirit of campaign finance reform. Because the last thing we want is for a bill that has like cosmetic campaign finance regulation to pass as a campaign finance reform, and then people would not be as interested in in signing a petition. So there's a lot of negotiation about that. There are a lot of moving pieces. We've been working in the coalition to contact individual legislators, very active in that. So that's what we may need is for you to contact your legislator and let them know that you don't support this or blah, 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 and we can prepare that material for you. There are certain legislators that we have targeted. Yes, go ahead, Devin.
Senate Bill 606 basically provides grants for nonprofits who apply for them so that they can pay their employees. Also heard, no work session scheduled. And could you send me this or put the link in the chat? I'm going to add it to the notes and link it.
Well, let me just I just started this.
Okay.
spreadsheet like 20 minutes ago because I haven't had the time to do it. So let me, I don't know. Hold on, because I think I have to stop the share to be able to. I'm having a little bit of a, okay. Anybody has any comments?
Do you want to just open up discussion on the informing and supporting participation? Natalie?
Excuse me?
You just want to open up the potential discussion on how to inform and support participation?
Yes, please.
Does anybody have any thoughts about getting more participation? Either testifying or lobbying any of these bills? Devin has a hand up, but I don't know if it's relevant.
I'd like to see us all collectively support House Joint Resolution 20. If it passes House Committee and it's put in a Senate committee, we got a lot of support, and that extends voter, allows 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in state and local elections in Oregon. I'm working with the Green Party US Election Reform Committee, and so I'm kind of their Oregon outreach coordinator for that. And I've done a whole phone banking thing for Pacific Greens that I could get their number for. And I've seen that a lot of our party members don't necessarily support this. And so maybe if we could do something on our website explaining why we support this or something, that'd be lovely. I think a lot of it is just like a miscommunication thing. But again, like I said, it'd be awesome to see support for that bill if it's opened up in the Senate committee.
Amy, you have something?
Yeah, not that I'm an expert, but my personal opinion about this bill that Devin's describing is we have to leave whatever's left of this world in the hands of people 16 and 17, and of course they should be allowed to vote. I'm surprised this would be confusing for anybody. Thanks.
I just wanted to mention that the steering committee voted to endorse this.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, and I did already submit my personal testimony.
I did see that. Thank you. And Mariah, if you want to talk about the bill in depth, I'd love to do that over phone or whatever. So.
You know, the best argument that I have seen actually came from Shemia Fagan when we were running for Secretary of State.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, you know, I know a lot of much older people who make really bad decisions and much better decisions than maybe 16 years old. And when I think of the way the world is now, those were decisions made by 40-plus-year-old, mostly men, mostly whites.
Mm-hmm.
And look where it's landing us. They don't know how to lead. So, you know, I totally, my 16-year-old, knows, is able to make decisions in just the same way.
For that bill, I know a lot of people talk about like, well, I remember when I was 16, that sort of thing. And, I can attest to the fact that the 16 and 17-year-olds who are out here just choosing not to go work or whatever, or just sitting around playing video games. So, some of them don't even know how to make their own food. And I know that because I'm friends with a few of those people. Those people certainly aren't the ones that are going out there registering to vote and voting for elections. The only 16, 17-year-olds who are actually going to participate in this are ones who are politically active and have developed their own political opinions. So it's not like it sounds odd to say and kind of mean, but like those people aren't going to take the time to actually vote. So adults like that don't even take the time to register to vote. And the whole brain maturity thing is like, yeah, your brain doesn't fully mature until mid to late 20s, probably about 25. But voting decisions rely on cold cognition, and that's something 15-year-olds have excelled in, according to neuro studies. And multiple countries have lowered the voting age already. They've seen no problems, and it's a very large handful. And 3 U.S. cities have already done it, so there's no problem.
Which cities are those?
Boston, I believe Maryland, and Oakland, California. Not Maryland, sorry, that's the state. Boston and something, I can't remember. Oh, Tacoma Park, Boston and Tacoma Park.
Amy, did you have something else to add?
Yeah, in addition to the points that other people have been making, we already place a huge burden of responsibility on older teenagers. I mean, they go to work, they go to school. Sometimes they deal with lockdowns and drills and racism, transphobia, all kinds of supposedly adult problems. So I'm not concerned about this idea that you can't possibly have achieved any kind of maturity until you're 18 years old. And also, just because I brought this up in meetings before, thinking about a lot of the people I know on social media, left-leaning people who are, you know, a little younger than I, maybe in their 30s or 40s, they don't believe in voting. They're completely disillusioned with the whole system, which means if you want to inspire people to participate in democracy in this way, we better start a lot sooner. And I feel like enfranchising 16 and 17-year-olds would be part of that. Thanks.
Addressing Mariah's comment before we move on to Natalie's motion to do this. Yeah, your parents are still responsible for you, but think about how many rights 16, 17-year-olds have that younger people don't compared to that adults have. They can drive, they can pay taxes, they can work up to 44 hours per week. They can be charged criminally as adults for heinous crimes. They can be emancipated. They can be dual enrolled in community college. They have their own medical consent. And 17-year-olds can enlist in the military. So those are all those things.
Suzia, did you have another comment? There's a motion in chat, but so go ahead. Suzia?
Oops, sorry. I got to undo two things. I get confused. So Devin, you're absolutely correct on the one hand. On the other hand, we also should think about how we vote with our money. And after the first conversation we had about the 16-year-old vote, I started thinking about building an app. Whereas, you know, let's say you buy a Mars bar from a machine, well, then you get to trace that Mars bar in that machine all the way back, and you start seeing who it is you're helping to get into government by funding them. Anyway, that's all. Goodbye.
There's a motion on the floor. Natalie, would you like to state that motion?
Yeah, I would like to call for like call for consensus on endorsing HJR 20 that would allow the right to vote for youth that are involved in their community and contributing to their community.
Would you type that into chat? It's different than your motion.
Okay, let me just.
So there's a provision in that law that qualifies a 16-year-old to vote if they do contribution in their community. Is that the criterion?
No, there really is no criteria, mainly because, and talking with NAACP, they brought up that adding criteria would remind people of how we disenfranchise Black voters, where you had to take a literacy test or a civics test to be able to. And so we really don't have those in. But on top of HJR 20, we're proposing multiple bills for civic education and community engagement.
Okay.
Can you list those bills, Devin?
I don't have them on hand, but I can put them in chat when I find them.
Felipe, did you have a comment or question?
I just want to say that in support of this bill, that I had to get 14, 15. I take them every time I go to a concentration, demonstration, protest, demanding, and 2 kids, 14 and 15, that are ready to vote. They maybe are more conscious about what's going on the whole planet than we, the 50s and 60 and over, that make our decision based on which channel we watch on TV. So I will support this.
All right, Natalie, restate your, so you're calling for consensus. You want to make your statement now?
It's on the chat.
Right, I want you to state it though, so we can have it in two different.
I call for consensus on endorsing HGR 20 to expand the right to vote to 16-year-old.
Do we have block on that?
And if I don't have the number of the bills, but Devin is going to provide them. And I would add to that we consensus also to endorse bills that provide voter education and civic education. But this is what I'm calling for consensus now. It's in the chat.
Okay. We have one block. Are there any other blocks? Mariah, would you expand? I've seen some of your comments. Would you expand any more on your block? I think it's important to hear. Are you still on voice, Mariah, or do you want to type? I'm sure she's.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, there's too many horrible cases of, for example, this is just one. Well, there's a lot of reasons. I have a lot of reasons. This is just coming up now. I have a lot of reasons why I'm against this. You want to take up a lot of time? I can do this.
I don't know, just condense it as best you can.
This is a place to do it. This is a place to do it. So please go ahead, Mariah. Just state your concern and I'll let Devin answer.
Want to vote on it? Well, let's put this off to the next convention.
No. Listen, there is a legislative bill. We would like to please, we are here to hear you.
Okay. Okay.
And we are all good people here.
Giving hormones for changing one's body before they're 16. Who's going to pay for the problems with that? A lot of people have been hurt by this, including the people it's been done. What about the people who have been given vaccinations with
no, please don't bring your transphobia into this room.
Wait.
We're not going to do it back and forth. Let her speak.
Okay, who pays for these when they can be given all these injections and the parents aren't even told? You don't see what's coming down the pipe. 16-year-olds don't always have the ability to see beyond the propaganda. And I'm just starting on this. And I tell you, if this is going to be, it's going to get out, and I hope it doesn't pass. Really, this is horrible.
So it's concerned about who pays for transgender care.
It sounded.
Mariah,
Not
that
It
has
did
nothing
not
to
sound
do
like
with
that
the bill.
specifically. It sounded like it was concern over the ability to make decisions that, could be lifelong.
Okay.
Right, and I understand where Mariah is coming from, but the whole transgender thing doesn't have anything to do with this. And like I mentioned before, voting decisions rely on cold cognition. 15-year-olds have developed that part of their brain. Multiple countries have done this. I believe it's like 20 something. 3 cities in the United States have done this. There's been no problems. No one's had any difficulties. We've done, Scotland had a referendum study to see how these 16, 17-year-olds were developing voting decisions. And they're very informed and they're very independent in their decisions. They are very well informed on how to see past propaganda and all these things. And so they're not voting the same way as their parents most of the time. And those who are making those decisions in their own sense, like they're not voting just because someone else is. So there's no problem. So I hope that helped you understand, maybe.
And also Charles has a comment as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, well, actually, the hard part is getting people that age to vote in the first place. So starting earlier might make a lot of sense. I don't actually understand the connection with Mariah's between voting, but extending a right to vote, and the problems Mariah's raising. I don't think they're all that relevant. But yeah, 16-year-olds have a lot more future than most of us, and I think they should get to influence it. To put it
Thanks.
very simpler.
Thanks, Charles. Ken, did you also have a comment?
Yes, when I lived in Sacramento, I quite often went to the local high schools and community college to present the Green Party's stand on various issues and candidates and so on. And almost every time the teachers would have a vote on who they would vote for based on those various parties coming into the classroom and stating positions for the party, the Green Party won overwhelmingly among high school seniors particularly. And I will note that the community colleges, quite often, we were one of the few people that were invited to speak at some of those, because the students would get extra credit for having somebody from their particular party come in and explain the positions of the party. So I think it would be to our advantage, frankly. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Do any of those comments resolve any part of your block, Mariah?
Absolutely not. I'm sorry, Lori.
That's fine.
Would Mariah's do a stand aside on this?
No.
Okay. So we don't have consensus on it. We could do an up or down on it.
That's our process.
I would suggest to raise a hand if you're opposed.
Ken's hand is still up.
Ken, get your hand down if you're opposed.
Okay.
Sabrina, is it a comment?
So Maria,
No,
Mariah,
I agree with Mariah. I'm opposed.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Put yourself in chat if you can't raise a hand. Speak up on phone if you can't. Marvin, are you putting up a hand? I can't hear you. Oh, there it is. Okay, got it.
Yeah, I'm opposed. I oppose 16-year-olds voting.
All right. That's 3.
Just, we seem to be cheapening the vote. It just seems to be every decade something comes along to make it cheaper. I'd like a little more responsibility for voting. Okay, that's all I got.
Thank you. Anybody else in opposition?
Hold on a second, because Evan's computer went down, so he's just needs to come back up. Okay.
I'm opposed.
Okay.
I don't
okay.
like changing the Constitution, and except for a very good reason.
You're totally entitled to to your opinion. So Mariah, Marvin, and Suzia.
I will ask for those in favor because there's going to be quite a few stand aside.
Any stand asides?
I will put my hand up on that because I believe this should go to an absentee voting system.
Okay.
And I want it noted in the minutes.
That sounds to me, to all supporting members, including anybody who's been registered for 2 years.
Anybody that's registered
we
for
have
the
an email.
convention. Anybody that's registered for the convention. I think it's I think it's one of those things where you.
No. This is so
Give
big.
everybody-
This is something that has a huge impact on the party.
Oh, you want
and
it like
should be submitted
automatically to
all
go out?
supporting members.
Oh, okay.
I-
Well, okay, then.
That
so
is
it's a-
like,
So it's a friendly comment amendment to my comment. But that's what I would say. I'm a stand aside on that basis. So just put me down as a stand aside.
I have Mariah, then
my computer.
We know you're back on, Devin.
Okay, I need to know what happened for me.
We had three, so we went to a vote. Did you hear that part? So
Okay.
we had a
I didn't
block.
catch the vote. Could you let me know?
Let me go over this quick. We had an unresolved block with Mariah. And we asked for so we didn't achieve consensus. We were, after our small discussion. And so we went ahead to an up or down vote, a majority type thing. And we had 3 people. Was it 3 people? Mariah, Suzia, and who else was Sabrina? Yeah, am I correct?
Correct.
Yes.
We're vote no.
And Marvin.
And Marv.
And oh yeah,
Marvin.
Marvin, yes. And I asked for stand asides, and I'm a stand aside on the basis that this should be going to the absentee voters. And then there was a comment by Natalie about it being sent to all supporting members. And so I'm a stand aside on that basis. And we have 3 people with comments. If you could make them brief, that would be super cool. Mariah?
Wait, Lori, I'm a stand aside too. I thought you were calling for raising hands. I don't have a comment.
Okay, well,
Don't really
hold
have a
that,
strong opinion.
hold that thought. So Mariah and Sabrina, you are blocked. Did you have something else to add? We've got you noted. Dan, so Dan's also a stand aside. Okay, Sabrina, did you have a comment? Okay.
Do I have a comment?
Yeah, your hand was up again.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Devin, did you have a comment?
so I'm going to here record who is
Yes.
voting, okay?
All right,
So-
Devin, go ahead and make a comment, please.
Okay, never mind. Natalie said that she was gonna record. I was kicked out again, so I'm just joining from my phone now.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
All right, so go ahead and put your hand down. All right, so we have 2 stand asides.
Hold on a second, so this is
Jack doesn't want this either. I don't see his name up there, whoever is doing the typing.
Yeah, I didn't see him on with a hand or anything. So
well, if you
opposition.
guys can help me.
No,
Chuck,
it's
how
in
are
the
you
chat. I
voting?
put what I had to say in the chat.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Jack. And thank you, whoever just said that. Okay, so we have Mariah, Marvin, Suzia, and Sabrina, and Jack on the opposition. So there's 2 names missing in opposition.
Okay. I see 2 Charleses, is one of them Chuck? Okay, there's another. Whoop, okay, now I'm on there twice.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's what I needed. I needed
Could we
some
get could we get those opposed done first before you go putting everybody's name down for the that we need 2 more people on that?
I just want to record actually who is voting yes on this. Okay.
Well, I'd like to see hands for those voting yes, rather than just.
That's why I'm typing it. So if you can read through the people.
All right,
because
so I
what I'm
haven't
doing is I'm
asked,
reading-
I haven't yet asked for that. So all those in favor of supporting God, where, say it, Natalie, the bill.
Or Devin.
Yeah, Devin, well, it's Natalie's. Natalie, could you restate your,
Just a sec, because I'm typing and just,
Yeah,
yeah,
stop
it's in the
typing
chat. It was in the chat. It's,
yeah, I can't find it.
Hey, I have a question. I'm
Yeah, Chuck.
unclear.
Natalie calls for consensus motion to endorse House Joint Resolution 20, which expands voting to 16 and 17-year-olds in Oregon.
It just says 16. So we'll just put, she just said 16, so you can change that. 16 and 17. All those in favor, okay, so now I see a bunch of hands, but I didn't ask for the vote. So could you, everybody put down their hands for a sec and
Oh
we're
my
gonna
God.
start the process. All right. All those in favor, please signify by putting a hand up or typing in chat.
if you don't see your name here, please, oh, shoot. If you don't see your name here, please say so because it's kind of hard.
Devin, would you be willing to look through the list and make sure that everybody who might not be seeing, I see 7 people raising their hand.
I would, but I can't. I can't see anything that's happening. My computer's being funny.
Yeah. So I'm going to
8,
read
9.
them.
I see 9
Okay.
people.
Barbara, I'm going to say Natalie, Felipe, Charles Newlin, Mike Gardner, Amy Sachs, Connor Salisbury, Ken Adams, Charles Fall, Barbara Boknovich, William Zwick, something that I couldn't get. Zwicker. Sorry, it's too Zwicker. Okay, Zwicker.
I thought
Yeah, because I'm close to this too, Natalie.
I thought Mike was in
Name down.
Pacific Green.
Excuse me?
Also, Natalie, Felipe said that he's in favor if you did not speak.
I don't see Bill's hand up.
Excuse me?
Bill hadn't got his hand raised unless it
Yeah,
was
Bill
in the
doesn't
chat.
have a hand raise unless he puts something in chat. I didn't see him.
Bill, which Bill? William?
Bill Zwicker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so no position?
No.
Okay.
I thought Mike Gardner wasn't Pacific Green.
Correct.
So leave Mike off of the vote because it's the vote.
Oh, shoot, what did I do?
You wipe it all out.
Mike Gardner.
He raised.
Yes, I am not eligible to vote. Thank you.
But thanks for weighing in. We see your support.
Okay, well, I'm glad that we voted to pass it.
Wait, I don't see a vote from Connor.
Did Connor?
He'll pass anyway, but there's not any sign from him. I
Maybe
believe
he's
I've
off the call
Heard
again.
any communication from him all day?
No.
Do you want to text him because we've endorsed it. The steering committee endorsed it.
We don't need to go to the trouble, but just as a point of process, he didn't cast a vote.
You know what? He's registered.
He-
Maybe he has a bad connection. Maybe he had to work, but he's present at the convention. And I can tell you that
If-
he voted in favor to endorse this at the steering committee.
Yes, well, Natalie, if he's present at the convention, then he can say so right now.
Okay, let's
He is present.
disenfranchise
I
another
can-
person.
I can text him and see. He is in the meeting. I'll just text him and see what's up.
I love it. Let's just.
Okay.
Also,
So,
my-
it's
my rationale-
so it's passing, you know, whether there's one vote or not.
Just
then-
very noted. I love it.
My reason for standing aside was not necessarily the same as Lori's.
And there's a comment from Oh, yeah, you have a differing reason, and Mariah has a comment. She has a question about how is it voted on in the steering committee where is that the meeting where some people were blocked from attending and comment?
No, not that I know.
No? Dan, what was your stand aside based on?
I didn't give a reason. I just said
Okay,
I
you
stood
don't have
aside.
Oh, he doesn't want to be included in my reasoning.
Right. It
Yeah,
implies
got
that
it.
we both had the same reason.
Yeah, no, we don't have
He
the
doesn't
same.
want to commit.
What was
Exactly.
Lori's reason?
Natalie, you don't
Jack
speak
is
for me,
also a
please.
No, but I
voter.
respect that. I
Wh-
mean, you
whether
may
I-
want to learn more about it.
Wait, so while we're on the subject of typing in the minutes, the results for the other votes on, or the consensus on my bylaw proposals and the result of the vote about the agenda item about the Liberty Caucus resolutions are not yet in the minutes. I'd like to ask that they be included before the convention adjourns.
Excuse me. What are you talking, what are you, I'm sorry, I was just updating this.
Yes.
I asked Devin to populate that, and
Whoever has.
I'm not
that-
sure he has access to Natalie's agenda to post onto it, but definitely.
I don't.
This is these are the minutes that I'm taking.
Yeah, there's nothing at all in the.
Yeah, no. Natalie, I need access to that document so I can add the consensus for the Liberty Caucus discussion that we had with the motion.
Yeah, and some of the background that you were typing up.
And my bylaw.
And the bylaw. Yeah, none of it's there. So
Yeah,
I-
that's right.
Great bylaw, you're gonna love it.
And I asked that Devin work on that, and so hopefully he'll get access to post that quickly. So, yeah, we haven't heard, Connor is not responding, so he just may not be on right now.
Yeah, I call that not on the call. Makes no difference, but let's be honest.
He was there earlier. There's things that remain in the chat.
Okay. What do we have next?
Well, wait a minute. How did Connor vote if he's not here?
There's no vote for
Connor.
Connor. No, his
There's
name
no-
will not be included in this vote if he didn't vote.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
going to report here that at the SEC meeting, Connor and Justin did vote in favor of endorsing this.
When did they vote? She just
It
asked.
was this past week. It was, I'm
Connor
serious,
says-
it was like right now, like in the
Okay.
past week or two.
yeah, I respectfully ask that
Connor,
anybody that didn't vote today is not listed as voting today in support. You can say whatever you want to about the SEC.
Here, okay.
If they're
Then,
not,
then I'm just gonna add here,
yes, please.
Connor,
voted in favor.
What about Connor? Devin, I hear you.
Connor did text me. He does support it, but he doesn't want his thing added because he's not here.
And he voted it for it at the steering committee meeting, and so did Justin Phillip.
Wait a minute, Natalie. What SCC meeting? You mean this
They
has come
put
up?
it in committee meeting that's allowed to endorse things in between conventions.
A week before a convention where we're talking about this stuff. That's kind of interesting, but
You know, that's why we bring it up at the convention. But I know that these two
Yeah.
persons were in support of it. And I'm just recording it here for
Yeah.
the record, right?
So wait, you're voting
Well,
for
no, I
that?
actually, did you put in the minutes that the SCC already endorsed this? Why don't you put that instead of putting their names individually? Just say,
The
the SCC voted in favor of this and put the date of the meeting, because that's a lot more, let's be
Informative.
clear.
You
Want to be
just
clear.
made the motion 15 minutes ago, and now you're adding voters?
Okay, let's
The
be nice.
motion?
No, she's not adding voters. What she's doing is indicating that that they voted. I want their names taken off and just a general statement that the SCC already voted to endorse this bill. Because that's more, it provides clarity. It already happened. I want the date of the meeting too, so people know what they're looking
Yeah,
at.
I don't like the precedent of her making
Oh
a
my
motion,
God. What-
adding a couple of, yeah, that's
Yeah.
great. Come on.
Yeah, that was just a typing thing. And so I think that's clear.
And Jack is also opposed. For the 4 votes you have up there, add Jack to oppose. You
There,
got 5
yeah,
opposed.
Jack was supposed to be on that list.
Opposed to giving voting rights, expanding voting rights to 16-year-old youth.
Yeah, Jack was
Okay,
also
let me
on
record that.
Yes, please. I asked.
I just love
While,
it.
while you're working on the minutes there, I'd like it noted that I oppose it because I don't like changing the Constitution. If we could say why Lori was stand aside, I'd just like to say why I was a block.
Oh,
please.
it should absolutely be noted.
Thank you.
I just thinking about how a group of 16 and 17 years old kids will be handling this meeting.
They'd probably be doing something else.
No, you'd be
No, I
surprised.
don't think they
You'd be
would be, but
surprised.
You don't think
putting
so?
under generalization is fucking disgusting. And I think that you all need to stop being rude and just put down your names, quit bickering, quit adding sentences on why I support it, why I don't. Just put the name down and let's move on. I still need edit access so I can add the rest of the motions that we considered. Thank you.
Yeah, I try.
So,
I sent it to
Devin,
you. I sent
on that note,
several
Devin,
times.
on that note, Devin, when you do consensus facilitation and when you do consensus decision making, it's important to list the reasons for blocks and stand aside so that people understand the context of the discussion, where it went, how it was dealt with, and then the move on. So I just want you to understand that, okay?
No, I understand that. Thank you. I'm sorry. I just kind of pissed
I
off
totally
because
get
people
where
are being
you're, no,
rude.
I get where you're coming from, and I don't like back and forth either. So, yeah. All right. Now, please give Devin access because
I have given him access. It's
Okay,
just
yeah, 'cause
there's something
need-
is for some reason not syncing.
all right. So,
Let me stop let me stop sharing here for a second. Give me just a second, okay? I want to make sure that.
so this is basically, this is just populating stuff at the moment. But we have to talk about next convention places and time. Devin, did you have another ask or comment?
I still don't have access.
She's working on it.
You do, there's something,
Okay.
it's- I
Okay.
don't know, but I've been keeping, whatever you see on the screen, I've been typing in the minutes.
Then let me just email you what I have and then you can edit them. So then it's easier and we don't have to go over this hurdle.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Devin. Amy, question, comment?
Okay, here we are.
Amy?
I think that this passes, correct?
Sorry, I thought we had to leave our hands up until Natalie was finished, but I'll go ahead and take it down.
I think it's done.
I think she did. I think she got.
Yeah, sorry about that confusion, folks.
Natalie, Mike Gardner shouldn't be listed as present because he wasn't an eligible voter.
Because he was?
Was not.
He's not.
Yeah, he's just present. He's not voting.
Present.
But that doesn't matter for a vote result.
No, it
Voting-
doesn't. I don't think that people present need to be
Right.
included. It's fine.
Voting
No, because I
prejudice.
think that they're witnesses into, I think it's good.
Yeah, well, it's never been done before, and I don't like, we've done
I
enough press.
like transparency.
Uh-huh. Devin, did you have another ask or comment? Okay. So, next meetings, we have one next convention. When do we have to have another meeting and that we have not yet scheduled?
December or January?
Does anybody have any particular suggestions for December or January?
Not December, because last time we picked December, it turned into January anyway, because December, no one's paying attention and everyone disappears to the four corners of the earth.
This is true.
Because of the holidays.
January should be all right. It worked out reasonably well before.
How about the weekend after JFK weekend? That might be the 4th or the 2nd.
Hey, Natalie, will you
Hold on
add?
a second, hold on a second. I just want to be clear about the minutes, right? So
Natalie, will you add on Mariah's block? It's an effort to take away parental rights. That's her blocking reason and should be noted.
here,
It's in chat,
concern about,
taking away parental rights. And that's on a block. That's up on the block up above, not. It was her block that put us into a vote and not a consensus process, so. Yeah, up above.
so these are her opposed because of these three things.
So where her name is on the discussion there, right there underneath her block. Effort to take away parental rights somewhere, I don't know. It looks like everything's there, but it's not under Mariah.
Because they tend to share the same perspective.
No, you can't say that. Those are Mariah's comments, none of theirs.
Okay, so.
And it. And unless somebody else gave a reasoning for a block, but Mariah was a block and none of those opposed was, and they don't have to give a reason.
But now I want to ask them, how do they feel about these?
I don't want to ask them. It's not relevant to the discussion. I want it taken off of their name. Thank you.
I have an issue with writing disenfranchised there too. I think that this convention is not settled on that opinion that anyone was disenfranchised.
Exactly.
That's why we
Cannot
need to
vote.
agree on these minutes before we adjourn.
I don't like that word at all. And why is it disenfranchised? Devin was part of the decision. Devin voted for it.
Yeah, but he could not vote.
But was counted though.
Okay, I have an issue.
Yes, registered.
I don't have the count from the Liberty Caucus discussion because my computer froze and it didn't save. I have Dan's movement, all of that saved. I just don't have the decision from the Liberty Caucus. Does anyone know?
I will copy it and paste it back into the chat.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
I believe that the
And
issue-
Devin isn't Devin considered an auxiliary member? And so we could stop not.
Did he meet the supporting member qualification as an auxiliary member, which means has he volunteered or donated within the time frame, which is 395 to 30 days ago?
And he was at the last convention, right, Devin?
I was at the last convention, yes.
Yeah, and we've had several meetings.
And
Well, just count his vote. You don't have to
yeah,
count
I
his
don't
count.
want him cannot voting on there. He can't, he's a supporting member. Why is he?
He's not.
I don't understand that.
That's the part where when the bylaws were written, they're written wide enough so that you then define the nitty-gritty in these working documents, because there's just too much. So the bylaws provided for supporting members and for auxiliary members. Auxiliary members are people who cannot register to vote, right? But they're participating in the party.
Okay,
And
so
supporting
I would
members-
like him, to be listed merely as an auxiliary member and not counted as a cannot vote because he can't register to vote. He did register, and I would like him to be put him down as the auxiliary member so that people refer to our legal documents and get a grip.
So then we allow auxiliary members to vote.
It doesn't mean that he doesn't have to be listed as a cannot vote.
You're
Auxiliary
confirming
member,
the minutes here. So I'm gonna,
auxiliary member present, I mean,
could not vote.
you don't have to say he couldn't vote.
Or not eligible, maybe?
I don't understand. I am a
I think
supporting
maybe
member.
voted.
I
No,
don't
you are,
understand.
that's.
Well, you're a supporting member who, and they're saying that you can't legally vote in Oregon. That's the whole
Oh, okay.
purpose. Yeah. So you're considered a supporting auxiliary member. So you can vote in all internal affairs, just not on other stuff. I don't understand why oh, well, whatever. I'm done with it.
When did you register green? When were you able to register green?
February 1st at 12 p.m., the minute I turned 16.
Yeah. So he doesn't have, the 90 days.
I thought the bylaw said 30 days, and this convention said 30 days as well, but if I'm wrong,
Oh,
that's
so
fine.
you just became a supporting member.
Good for you, Devin.
Hey, let's move on from this and get.
Well,
to
we
the-
we're in the process of talking about January. So I heard, first, second weekend of January. Does anybody have any other thoughts? No? Somebody want to just throw out a proposed date? It says in our bylaws that the SCC could change the date if necessary.
We already chose the date in September. Let me just look.
Yeah, we have a date for that. We're talking January.
Yeah, we did. So let me just look. And but then what we usually do, which I recommend, is have a convention in January. And because that time has worked well to have like business meetings.
How about the second weekend in January before Martin Luther King's weekend? Or the one after Martin Luther King's weekend?
Before might be better. I mean, let me, you guys,
Okay, let's move on and we can choose that date. Natalie, you're gonna go look at a calendar, right?
somebody can look at the calendar. I'm looking for the minutes from the winter convention when we decided on the date.
Okay, let's get the, Natalie. you-
September 16.
Okay, September 16th set. Natalie, since Dan has posted language in the chat, you can copy it and paste it into the minutes. Since you have the minutes document in front of you, would you go ahead and get that done before we adjourn?
Hold on a second. What is that?
Take the language from the chat that Dan posted and put it
I
into.
also emailed it to you.
Okay, Devin says he's emailed it to you, Natalie. We need to see the minutes completed before we can adjourn.
Okay, just a second. I mean, I cannot, if you talk with me, I can't look
Okay,
for the
stop.
chat.
So, we're talking, there's an item here, convention coordinator, well,
Mhm.
Who's going to coordinate the convention for September?
Do you mean facilitate?
Yeah, who's going
No.
to take the lead on managing it? It's
It's
about bylaws.
it's a
I'll take
coordinator.
the lead on managing it. Dan and I will co-team. We'll team up on that one and do it together.
Well, let's populate the items more fully on the agenda so it's not left for Natalie to play the fill in,
That screenshot, that's kind of, it's a screenshot. That's,
My computer is lagging and I can't scroll up and down, and apparently I can't copy and paste what Devin wrote. That's what Devin wrote to me as the result.
Hey, Ken,
In the
did you
chat.
have a comment, a question?
January 13th. It's the
Okay,
second
January
Saturday.
13th. That's okay, Saturday, January 13th.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Hey, could we have a treasurer's report at the next convention? A treasurer's report, please.
I post the treasurer's report in Google Docs every month. So the current one is out there for February. March isn't over yet. And that is public information.
Could you copy?
Okay,
and
thanks,
paste that,
thanks,
maybe?
I'm
Ken.
not going to do it right this minute. No.
No. Could we have a treasurer's report at the next convention? That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
And the purpose of that is what?
To
I'd
share the
like a
public
treasurer's
information.
report at the convention.
When
He
the
just wants
when
to
the
hear-
document is public, you want to have it at the convention?
I'd
Why?
Like you
like
to
a
talk about
treasurer's report at the convention.
I turn it down.
He wants
It's
to
a
hear
waste of
the-
time. If it's out there in public docs, it's a waste of time to bring it up at the convention.
Actually, it's not. It's not. It's a chance to
Fine.
discuss things.
That's perfectly
Well,
reasonable
but,
to have
you
a
know,
treasurer.
just a second. Let's not derail here, right? As I was mentioning, we are setting up a lot of these procedures that have not been well-defined, et cetera. The database was one, as I spoke with before. The whole treasury financial reporting thing is the other part that we're like getting in shape with specifications. And so Ken has been doing that and working with the bank and so on to get all of this in order. And every month he sends a report that's available through the steering committee minutes. I don't think that we have linked the reports, but the reports sit in a Google Drive that is public.
Right,
I'm
but not
just
everybody.
asking for a treasurer's
Yeah,
report at the convention.
Yeah,
How
so
complicated is this?
because we don't have it, he didn't finish this last month. I can show you, let me just,
He's not talking about right now.
I'm
He's
talking about next January.
Yeah, he's talking about September or January. He's not talking about today.
oh,
I think there's a misunderstanding. Hey, Charles, did you have a comment?
I will
question?
then say that if it's in January, I'm no longer treasurer. Somebody else will be doing it.
Well, September's the next convention, and that's what Marvin just asked, if you would be willing to discuss it or entertain questions or just present it in September.
Okay,
Okay, so I
no
did
more
have
than
a
5
suggestion.
minutes because to me it's
If that's all it takes, Ken, that's all.
yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
You know,
I did have a
this-
suggestion,
yes,
which is that the link to that document should be an automatic part of the agenda for each convention.
for each SEC meeting.
That seems like it's pretty easy. And that way it's available for, for people to look up.
thanks, Charles. Hey, Natalie, Jack on his opposition said the same thing. He would add parental rights to his objection. So he would add that too. So whatevs, it's there. Suzia, do you have a comment or question?
Oh, I was just gonna say I could be number 3 in helping out on getting the next convention going.
And so we have Suzia, we
Great,
have
thank you.
Suzia, Chuck, and who else?
I volunteered Dan.
Oh, that's
So
nice.
basically, the convention committee will try to steer it up and be more organized. But it'll be interesting. It'll be an interesting one since there'll be bylaws discussions.
All right. So let's make sure those names are noted in the convention minutes.
That's easier, right?
Yep. And Chuck and Dan.
One more thing about the minutes.
Yeah, we need to get those minutes up because I want it done properly this time. Ken, did you have something else to add besides that? Your hand is up.
No.
Okay. Just making sure. So, while the minutes are being populated, let's do a little bit of
So
review.
the next meeting in January, which date were you thinking?
The 13th.
Yeah. I put it in the chat with a question mark. Suzia, comment?
Nope, I lost it. Sorry.
Okay. So meeting review. Did well, do better.
Can I mention something? The 13 is going to be 13, 14, and then 15, Martin Luther King. And I don't think that's a good date to hold that meeting. I would
What
do
is
it
a good
either
date?
Let's go the
the
weekend
6th or
afterwards.
Okay, the 20th.
It's actually typical to review minutes at the beginning of a convention and also to have a treasurer's report. At least in years gone by, that's how it was.
I tried to get stuff back into a housekeeping mode today, and we did have approval of the minutes loaded up front before, but it was so contentious and it was blocked, so we decided to give it the time it needed to be discussed later. But hopefully from now on, we will have the minutes presented. Everything will be much more transparent. And if there's a problem, I hope that people feel free to bring it to a convention rather than have to do something outside of the convention. That's my hope. So what does anybody believe we did anything well today?
Stack. Sorry.
Natalie? Go
As I
ahead.
was mentioning, we're finishing the conventions manual to have things very clear. And there is a commitment to have as much people participate. And so I'm taking over the conventions manual. We're gonna finish it in the next 2-3 weeks. And then one of the things that we're gonna do is database
Natalie,
update.
when you say taking over, you're just meaning formatting, so it's legible. You're not going to add language without consulting the committee. Is that correct?
Exactly. Of course, we're going to finish that manual because there's a lot of stuff in there that's even from December that hasn't been gone over or anything.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of stuff. Something happened to the old manual. I don't know what that we populated and worked so hard on, but like Chuck, Dan, and Suzia, please contribute and help oversee that process. Natalie she's so good at getting stuff together. I just want to make sure that there's a lot of people with
Okay,
eyes.
that's fine. Let's move on.
Yeah.
I get your intention, Natalie. So
Yeah. So Amy said that we got to the end of the meeting, and that was her big bonus for the day.
So
yeah.
can we look at the minutes for what's being represented on the Green Liberty resolutions?
Yeah, Chuck, the minutes are being populated. We're doing meeting review right now. We're not going to close this meeting without seeing those minutes.
Let me tell you what we did well. We did well using consensus process. You did a great job of moving us forward and taking us through the bylaws work that we did on that Dan represented in the process of discussing that. I think the whole meeting was excellent. You did a great job, Lori.